Excellencies, friends, and colleagues, those of you joining us in person and across the world via Zoom, welcome to the Atlantic Council. My name is Jonathan Panikoff, and I'm the director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative here at the Council. I emphasize the security part of my title for a reason. For years, when countries, regions in the world thought about security, they did so almost exclusively within the context of national security. And by that, I really mean national defense. Defense stemming from hostilities with other states, defense against terrorism, investment into defense hardware. No longer. Today, we know that climate change and the challenges stemming from it are every bit as critical to the long-term well-being of nations across the world as their national defenses. And no place is the challenge more acute than in the Middle East. No region is more dependent on rain for its agricultural needs, and insufficient food and water supplies will only precipitate greater emigration of Middle East residents out of the region. Since 2000, the average yearly rise in temperatures in the Middle East has been 1.5 degrees centigrade, almost double what the global average rise has been. Precipitation has become more erratic than in any other region, and climate disasters, including droughts and floods, have gone from being once-in-a-lifetime events to now once every few years. The results have been catastrophic. According to the IMF, since the turn of the century, climate change in the Middle East has directly caused tens of billions of dollars of economic and agricultural damage, almost 150 million people requiring food, water, sanitation, or other assistance, and an estimated 56,000 people are confirmed dead or missing. But over the next day and a half, as we seek to highlight and provide clarity about the difficulties that the region is likely to face due to climate change, we also want to provide policymakers from across the Middle East, the US, and the world a roadmap for sustainable security that highlights opportunities to mitigate the upcoming challenges. The rapidly changing technology landscape, for example, provides new avenues for states to develop, buy into, or otherwise adopt innovative solutions to overcome environmental obstacles that were not available even a few years ago. We hope that by combining perspectives from both the US and the Middle East, we can inspire new ways of thinking about sustainable security in the region and overcome traditional divisions on climate change matters that have undermined progress. To that end, we're fortunate that the Atlantic Council is hosting this conference in partnership with Trends Research and Advisory, headquartered in Abu Dhabi. Trends is a thought and innovative leader across the Middle East and across the true modern-day breadth of security issues: economic, climate, energy, cyber, and yes, traditional defense-related national security. And we're grateful that they brought so many prominent experts from around the Middle East for the various sessions. This conference, Sustainable Security of the Middle East, Climate Change, Challenges and Prospects, is an opportunity to not only kick off the COP27 season, set to begin in just over 5 weeks in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, but an opportunity to inspire new ways of thinking about sustainable security in the region. On behalf of all of my colleagues here at the Atlantic Council, thank you for joining us for what is going to be an exciting next 2 days. And it is now my privilege to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, CEO of Trends Research and Advisory.
Thank you.
His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Cabinet Member and Minister of Tolerance, United Arab Emirates. His Excellency David Livingston, Senior Advisor, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate Affairs of the United States of America. Dear friend William Wexler, Greetings to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable attendees, I am pleased to welcome you all at the beginning of the activities for our second annual conference on sustainable security in the Middle East, which we are holding in partnership and cooperation with our partners in the Atlantic Council, and which we have devoted this year to discussing a phenomenon that we consider one of the most dangerous phenomena. A quick look at the crisis and disasters that the world has witnessed in recent years, that the phenomenon of global warming has been a primary cause behind the waves of hurricanes and a serious threat that needs. And it's become an immediate danger, which has to be, we have to intensify and how to treat with its dimensions. Also, the recent developments from pandemics and wars and crisis lights, intense lights on the new developments with the environmental situation and to re-emphasize the partnership to fight against these issues. In COVID-19 demonstrated the need to reshape international and regional cooperation in the field of combating major epidemics, while the Russian-Ukraine war highlighted the importance of achieving regional and water and food security, while the interactive Taiwan crisis cast a shadow over the chances of continuing Chinese-US cooperation. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, despite the important efforts made by the international community to confront global warming in 2015, this was not enough to prevent the rapid deterioration that occurred during the 2 decades. The international experts actually gave the red warning about what's happening, an alert to humanity. At the regional level, the Middle East is among the regions most affected by the repercussions of climate change. And that is why there is a lot of hope that is hanging on the nations of the country, of the region. During the coming period, to lead global efforts to confront global warming, other countries of the region will host the next two rounds of the United Nations Conference on Climate Change, COP27, which will be held in Egypt next November, and COP28, which will be hosted by the United Arab Emirates next year. And the world awaits from these summits practical steps and stronger international commitments, especially in the field of implementation and carrying out what is stipulated. This conference and its experts and thinkers will certainly be an important opportunity to present ideas and perceptions that help support regional and international efforts aimed at addressing the threat of global warming and achieving a better understanding of the challenges that hampered previous efforts in order to overcome them and achieve the desired goals, especially in the term of achieving sustainable environmental security in the Middle East. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to our partner in organizing this conference, the Atlantic Council, in the second fruitful experience of our research cooperation after the great success of our first conference, which was held last year. I also thank the experts participating in its various sessions, and thanks also to the work teams at the Trend Center for Research and Consultation at the Atlantic Council. Now I leave the space for His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance in the United Arab Emirates, to deliver the opening speech of the conference. May he please come forward. Thank you.
Good day. Thank you for the invitation to address your important international conference on sustainable security of the Middle East. It is my pleasure to address your meeting and to convey to you our very best wishes from the United Arab Emirates. I thank the Atlantic Council and Trends Research and Advisory for creating this opportunity to deal with one of the most urgent problems facing our local, regional and global societies. Climate change might be the most serious problem yet encountered by humankind. Unfortunately, I cannot join you in person in Washington, D.C., but I certainly share with you the conviction that the dangers of climate change in the Middle East are quite real. As a region that has had to deal with water challenges and extreme temperatures for centuries, global warming has potential to produce very serious consequences relatively quickly. Adding the need to support a growing population makes the urgency to address these challenges even greater. Increased global temperatures could cause severe weather patterns, droughts, fires, and heat waves, erosion of coastal areas, displacement of populations, poorer air and water quality, health issues, changing production and consumption habits, and serious socioeconomic problems such as widespread unemployment and negative economic development. These problems are exacerbated in the Middle East by the lack of awareness among the public about the magnitude of the problem, as well as the absence of original scientific research relevant to our region. In the United Arab Emirates, we are actually aware of these issues and clearly recognize that a sustainable society is one of the most important goals in the 21st century. We intend to demonstrate to the rest of the world a dynamic leadership and wise vision in energy, resource efficiency, and dealing with the environment. Issues of population growth, climate change, waste management, recycling, potable water, and renewable energy sources are increasingly important to sustaining the quality of our natural world. We have sound policies in all these areas and value innovation and the development and use of new technologies. Our country has a cabinet minister of climate change and environment. Abu Dhabi is the headquarters for the International Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA. The United Arab Emirates will host the United Nations COP28 next year. And we increased cooperation with other nations to ensure the sustainability of our efforts. The construction of the Master City in Abu Dhabi, the world's first community designed to have a net zero carbon environmental impact, is a prime example of our leadership in the application of sustainability principles to the design of an entire society. We share with the people in the Middle East and elsewhere the challenges of how to bring a sense of urgency to dealing with this threat that many people still see as far in the future. Incredibly, some are still waiting for proof of global warming. How can we quickly build societal consensus about the cases, degree, and pace of climate change and subsequent global warming. How can we maintain a creative balance between the need for economic growth and societal expectations on one hand, and the needs of the natural world on the other? Creating a sustainable balance between these factors will determine the quality of life for future generations in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to make some general remarks as a resident of the Middle East with interest in the subject of your conference. First, when it comes to the natural environment, each one of us must individually act responsibly. Likewise, government must commit at every turn. Governments that do not meet the challenge will never persuade their citizens or their commercial communities to embrace sustainability. And we must remember that large elements of the private sector must also be persuaded to commit to sustainability. Second, a coordinated effort in all countries of the regions is required. One of our important goals must be to promote and coordinate regional planning and programs for protecting and restoring the Middle East ecosystem. Government agencies, local municipalities, industries, civil society organizations, and universities in the region must work together to share information and to help develop solutions to local and regional aspects of climate change. Third, it is time to think of the environment in the same way we think of other important societal issues like education, health, and other services. Resources must be made available. Innovation and the new ideas must be valued. Public policies, economic activities, and law and regulations must be aligned with environmental concerns. And successful initiatives must be recognized and rewarded. Fourth, an education system that supports the environment must exist. We must also use research, scientific data, sharing of knowledge, and transfer of technology to promote and monitor progress and to measure success. An orientation program for the public is also essential. Media companies, public lectures and presentations, as well as initiatives such as declaring a whole year as the year of the environment, or having 1 week of each year designated as Environment Week, could be very useful in increasing awareness and emphasizing the threats facing our ecosystems. Fifth and finally, dealing with climate change reminds us of the importance of developing international partners. Your conference reflects that fact. Having international partners provide us not only with specific expertise, it frees our mind to the world differently and encourage our creativity. Both COP27 in Egypt this year and COP28 in the UAE next year are important steps in that direction. And of course, peace and stability must prevail in the region. Wars and conflicts cause environmental disasters of unimaginable dimensions and hamper our abilities to deal with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, your conference will help us promote all these actions and plans. I agree with the promise and hopes implied in this conference that we are indeed capable of making good progress on environmental issues, that there is still time to win this battle against climate change in the Middle East, that our actions will make a profound difference to the lives of our children and grandchildren. I greet you all once again. I wish for you an enjoyable and productive conference. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, for your great and insightful speech. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sumaya Al-Hadrami, and I'm the Deputy Chief Global Officer at Trans Research and Advisory. I am pleased to welcome our guests and esteemed experts whom are joining us here at the Atlantic Council and those who are tuning in virtually. Today's conference is the second annual conference entitled Sustainable Security of the Middle East, Climate Change Challenges and Prospects. I would like to give a note for our in-person guests. You can find the agenda on the QR code outside of the forum. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, Mr. David Livingston, Senior Advisor and U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate.
Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. Greetings, my friends. My name is David Livingston, and I serve as Senior Advisor to U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry. I'm sorry I cannot be with you today in person for today's second annual conference on the sustainable security of the Middle East. This is a promising gathering, and one which I hope will continue to grow into an indispensable convening to discuss the impacts, challenges, and opportunities of climate change as they manifest themselves in the diverse societies and economies of the Middle East. I wish to thank the Atlantic Council and Trends Research and Advisory for hosting this conference, and for the thought leadership and policy counsel that you're providing every day to policymakers and civil society alike. The work that you are doing is more important than ever. It is a pleasure to share some thoughts and reflections on this administration's dedication to addressing climate change and nurturing climate leadership in the Middle East. This is a region that is the cradle of civilization. It enjoys a rich and diverse history of societies, impactful empires and historic homelands, self-made states, and startup nations. While there has been, and may continue to be from time to time, disagreements, tension, and conflict, this is also a region with a common destiny. A destiny that is both a challenge, but also an opportunity. I need not remind this audience that warming of the Earth's surface is happening more than twice as rapidly in parts of the Middle East than it is in the rest of the world. The region is uniquely vulnerable to drought, famine, coastal erosion, and rising seas, and also ocean acidification that threatens the livelihoods of local fishermen and the food security of those that they serve. The Middle East is truly the tip of the thermometer in our Anthropocene age, reminding us of the great tragedy and suffering that awaits if we turn a blind eye to the climate crisis. But this region is also, in many ways, the tip of the spear for advancing the solutions needed to solve our shared climate crisis. Travel across North Africa, through the Levant, down the Arabian Peninsula, and you will find incredible examples, sometimes ancient ones, of local wisdom or vernacular architecture, leading the way to resilience in a harsh and changing climate. Sometimes the most powerful technologies come not from our unimagined future, but from our forgotten past. There are great lessons to be learned from studying the adaptation and economic strategies of cultures across the Middle East in a mercurial and changing climate. But there's also the seed of new invention in the region. Governments are increasingly looking forward to entrepreneurship and innovation in order to power economic growth and diversification. For those who have been blessed with hydrocarbons, there is, for the first time in more than a half century, both the real will and the real means to take a leadership role in the clean energy economy. For those without hydrocarbons, the economic logic for avoiding volatile and costly imports through accelerating the clean energy transition has never been so great. And for all countries in the region, the logic of cooperation, commerce, and interconnection has never been so strong than in the face of the climate challenge. There's a need to empower the better angels of our nature and the full potential of the region's citizens, including the incredible capacity of women and youth throughout the Middle East. And this force has never been greater than when facing the existential challenge of climate change. I'm proud to say that not only has the Biden administration recognized this potential, we have worked to foster it from the very start. 2 years in, as we take stock of progress and chart a path forward, we have built a strong foundation to grow from. Several countries in the region, including Israel, the UAE, Tunisia, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, raised their nationally determined contributions ahead of or at COP26, the UN climate conference, in Glasgow last year. Several countries established mid-century net zero targets for the first time in history, and we hope that at least one or two others may join soon. Yet other countries, including Saudi Arabia, launched their own visions and ambitious investments towards national and regional sustainable development strategies. It is critical that the response to the climate crisis has an intellectual and spiritual heartbeat that emanates not from Washington, but from the capitals and courtyards of each and every country in the region. There is yet more evidence of this. Egypt is the first of two successive UN climate conference hosts to come that will be from the Middle East. Egypt will also carry the important mantle of hosting an Africa COP, this year's COP27, when we all convene the world in Sharm el-Sheikh in November, only a few weeks away. The UAE, for its part, has not only set a leadership example with its own net zero 2050 goal, but has also successfully bid to host the COP28 conference next year in Dubai to build upon Egypt's leadership this November. The UAE has also joined with the United States to launch last year the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, AIM for Climate, as we call it. It's now the world's foremost international effort for mobilizing and coordinating investment in climate-smart agriculture. We've already catalyzed an early harvest of $4 billion in new investment commitments in climate-smart agriculture innovation investment, and we will grow this figure by several billion dollars more ahead at COP27 and into next year. We are also working together to grow several innovation sprints, public-private partnerships that are working to tackle some of the most pressing climate-smart ag innovation challenges and priorities, from drought-resistant crops to new feed for cattle that reduces methane emissions, to precision agriculture that conserves fertilizer in this year of escalating food and fertilizer prices, and many innovations beyond. I'm proud that several countries in the region have joined the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, including countries that only a half decade ago were hardly speaking to one another. This, by the way, points to another way that addressing the climate challenge is reinforcing peace and prosperity in the region. It is uniting in common cause governments that previously had much to disagree upon, strengthening promising trends already underway in this regard. Consider, for example, the Negev Forum. As this group knows far too well, the Middle East and North Africa is among the least integrated regions in the world and lacks the infrastructure necessary for regional solutions to shared challenges of stability, development, and prosperity. Many have attributed this to a strong concern for sovereignty and long-standing conflicts with neighbors. Yet other regional organizations, such as ASEAN, have overcome these challenges and grown into constructive infrastructures for dialogue and for cooperation. Why shouldn't a similar architecture be possible in the Middle East and North Africa? It's aspirational now in terms of the broader region, but it is possible to build from what currently exists to create some of the structures and practices that can improve the prospects for this over time. We must be pragmatic, but also ambitious. There's a real opportunity to strike that balance today. Earlier this month, we marked the second anniversary of the Abraham Accords. The Accords, by expanding regional partnerships, have offered the chance to forge a new venue for regional integration. We see the Negev Forum as the natural next step in the process launched by the Abraham Accords, building on bilateral agreements to forge a multilateral regional network. The Negev Forum got its start at the Negev Summit this past March. Secretary Blinken traveled to Israel for a meeting with Foreign Minister Lapid. The Israelis invited others, gathering not just its new Abraham Accord partners, but indeed all Arab states with which it has relations. In the end, 4 Arab foreign ministers joined Secretary Blinken in Israel: the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Egypt. It was an unprecedented gathering of Israel's oldest and newest Arab partners. For some ministers, it was their very first visit to Israel. The ministers had a constructive discussion, anchored in a positive vision of our shared future. They agreed that the gathering was productive enough to turn it into something more. And at the end of the meeting, they established 6 topical working groups that will undertake concrete actions and work towards a more prosperous shared future. These 6 working groups were selected to address the most pressing shared challenges that the region faces, areas where dialogue, integration, and ultimately cooperation can bring the region security, stability, and prosperity. In all 6 of the working groups, one can see a direct link to climate change, exacerbated by it or intertwined with the solutions to it. Consider the 6 working groups: regional security, clean energy, food and water security, health, tourism, education, and coexistence. We will use the Negev Forum not only as a launch pad for further work in these important areas, but also as a venue to take stock of what is working on the ground, what can be further scaled, a way to pick up positive trends and see if we can bring those and nurture those seeds to grow yet further. We're heartened, for example, by the nascent cooperation between the UAE, Jordan, and Israel on a Clean Water for Clean Energy agreement, termed Project Prosperity, that has the potential to bring real, tangible benefits this decade to Israelis and Jordanians in the face of accelerating climate change and water security challenges. We are also heartened by the many countries in the region that have signaled support for the global methane pledge, including Qatar, for many years the world's largest LNG exporter, who joined the global methane pledge earlier this year during the Doha Forum in order to help share best practices and lessons from its own past successes in abating methane that can help the world reduce methane emissions by the 30% over this decade that the global methane pledge targets. This is an important shared mission not only for the planet, but also for global energy markets and global energy security. The amount of methane wasted today, for example, through flaring, venting, or leakage from pipelines and other infrastructure, is equal to the EU's entire imports of Russian gas at the start of this year. There's an enormous opportunity to bring supply and stability to this year's raucous energy markets, as we also address one of the world's most powerful super pollutants in methane. Now, with almost every country in the world, we have achieved in only 2 years a historic cadence of strategic dialogues, visits by Special Presidential Envoy Kerry, new and meaningful initiatives, and exciting deliverables. In this region in particular, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate Kerry has been a frequent visitor, has spent much time trying to help, coach, counsel countries in the region towards more ambitious climate goals and more meaningful action on the ground to implement those goals. This represents critical progress and a belief that the Middle East will increasingly be an oasis of climate solutions in a warming world. It certainly has the potential to be. But today, I urge all of us to reach further, faster, and higher. The recent devastating report from the IPCC tells us that we are still behind in our efforts to do what the science says we must do to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius or less of warming within reach. 1.5 degrees Celsius, which still portends significant damage for many societies and economies around the world, but beyond which threshold there would be unimaginable damage to many, many other parts of the global economy. And we would start to experience levels of loss, catastrophe, that make today's crises in extreme weather pale in comparison. We know what we must do. We must work together to retire outdated coal, identify methane leaks, adapt to a warmer world, and accelerate progress across the board. But too many are still not making the hard choices that this requires. In 2021, last year, the world used 9% more coal than in 2020, with nearly 300 gigawatts of new coal power in the construction pipeline. Far from building new plants, we need to be shutting down existing plants. The IEA estimates we must shut down 870 gigawatts of coal by 2030, the end of this decade. Of course, this doesn't mean using less energy or constraining ourselves. Instead, we must embrace a philosophy and real strategies towards clean energy abundance. We must also move faster to adapt to the impacts of climate change. As has been noted, people are already suffering and dying because of stronger storms and more frequent droughts, including in the Middle East. Countries representing 65% of global GDP by the end of last year had aligned their climate goals, their overall orientation, 2050 targets, 2030 nationally determined contributions and targets and beyond, had aligned with keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. And these countries, of course, must implement the commitments already made, including here in the United States, where we are doing so with a historic amount of investment, hundreds of billions of dollars unleashed through the bipartisan infrastructure framework and the Inflation Reduction Act recently passed by US Congress. At the same time, though, those countries around the world whose Paris Agreement targets are not yet aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius can work to enhance them, and we are standing by, ready to help. We need to work with governments and the private sector to mobilize trillions of dollars, not billions, to accelerate the net zero transition, as well as to advance climate resilience. From all sources, public sector, private sector, household budgets, and beyond. I'm convinced that several countries in the Middle East will actually help to chart the course in this direction towards greater mobilization of finance in the clean energy transition, wisely using revenues from this period of high oil and gas prices to invest in a cleaner future with more diversified income and exposure to innovative technologies for decades to come. Climate change is a topic that's too often dominated by a feeling of helplessness. It is, at the same time, both eminently predictable and wildly unpredictable. But we have it before us to turn it on its head into a tool that will make the Middle East and the rest of the world stronger and more resilient. Let us face the climate crisis in a way that drives smart, sustainable, and equitable investment. Let us face the climate crisis in a way that invests not just in fixed assets, but in human capital. Let us face the climate crisis in a way that places the best years for this region in the future and not in the past. My friends, I know it is possible. I am heartened by those of you gathered here to dive into the strategies today that will make it happen. So thank you, shukran, and let us continue this important work together.
Thank you, Mr. David. And now we will go on a break for 5 minutes and we'll resume at 9:55. Thank you, everyone.
journalist Rina Nainen, and welcome back. We are up for a wonderful panel looking at national security, climate change, and the Middle East, the future, and how we can look at changes that could really make a difference. We're going to have an exciting panel of 4 experts to break all of this down. And for the first one, we'd absolutely love to start with Dr. Aisha Al-Sarihi, who's the research fellow for the Middle East Institute, National University of Singapore, Republic of Singapore. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, we'd love to kick it off with you and to give us a sense of what you're looking at and examining right now.
Well, for me, I'm looking at the impact of the climate change in shaping the security in the Middle East over the next few decades. So if we look at the scientific evidence, there is enough scientific evidence that shows that the Middle East is one of the most vulnerable regions to the climate change. And this has been already mentioned by the previous speakers in today's conference. And that manifests through, the rise in the temperature. The Middle East is warming twice as faster than any other parts in the world. And the climate change also is presenting a challenge to a region where it is classified as one of the most water-stressed region in the world. And climate models show that the rainfall patterns will be variable over time, and generally the amount of the rainfall will be reduced. And climate change with climate change, we will see more of elongated periods of drought and frequency of floods within the region. Also, the region is exposed to extreme weather events. And if we look at the past few years, there has been an increase in the frequency and the intensity of extreme weather events, including the cyclones, including the frequency and the intensity of the sandstorms. And for the Middle East region, those impacts of the climate change are not presenting a challenge to scarce natural resources like the water and the food, but also, and this is the message that I want to highlight here, and it has been highlighted throughout this conference, climate change also has the potential role to challenge the Middle East and challenge the human security in the Middle East. And that could happen through, the competition over resources. It could, and that could create tension between communities, or it could exacerbate existing tensions between community, and this poses a threat to the lives and the livelihood of human security. And unfortunately, the security challenges that are brought by the climate change are not going to be felt within the country border, but they will be felt also at transboundary level in between countries. I can give you a few examples or a few signs that shows that climate change has the potential implications to the human security in the Middle East. At the national level, for example, we have, it is believed that the Arab Spring that happened back in 2011 has been linked to the climate change, because what happened in Tunisia back in 2011, there was an elongated period of drought, and that has led to an increase of the food prices, and that leads to the protest in Tunisia. Similar case have happened in Syria also in 2010, where the protests in Syria and at the time were proceeded also with elongated period of drought. Another example of internal tension or conflict over scarce resources. It's an example in Yemen. Back in 2013, there has been a tension between neighboring villages in the city of Taz, where there were competition of the over water resources. A similar example also have been witnessed in southern Morocco back in 2017, and that have resulted in the killing of two people, unfortunately. And I also want to bring to your attention that also the climate, the implications of the climate change on this, the human security could be also felt between countries. And for the Middle East, if we look at the water resources, over 66% of fresh water resources in the Arab countries originate from the outside the national borders. And that, unfortunately, there are some signs of transboundary conflicts. I can give you the example, or a prominent example of that is the tension between Egyptian, Sudanese, and Ethiopians. And that tension is coming out of the fear of the negative effects of the building of a grand Ethiopian resonance dam, where there is a fear that the downstream, there will be downstream water shortages for the neighboring Sudan and Egypt. Also, you can think of the example of the Tigris and the Euphrates River, where the Turkey and Iran control much of the water that flows into Syria and Iraq. Mm-hmm. Another example also is the tension over the Jordan River Basin, which is of an importance to Jordan, Palestine, and Israel. With those examples, I want to emphasize that there is the potential that climate change poses a threat, a security threat to the Middle East. And with that, I would like to conclude with some policy recommendations on how we can tackle those issues. The first recommendation that I want to give is at the global level. So far, the global community have done a good progress in terms of negotiating the solutions to address the climate change, and that has resulted in the adoption of climate treaties, including the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Climate Agreement. However, those climate treaties, as of today, they haven't integrated the climate security nexus within those negotiations. And this shouldn't be the case moving forward. The other recommendation that I would like to give is at the national level. It is very important for the countries in the Middle East to integrate climate resilience and adaptation within the development planning and the economic development strategies of the country. Another recommendation, or the third one, is to include climate security and make it an integral part of national and regional security planning and dialogue. The final recommendation is it's also to build on the existing. So there are some existing regional governance structures out there in the Middle East that help to address regional environmental issues. For example, there are ministerial committees in the Arab League and also at the level of the Gulf Cooperation Council that looks over the management of shared water resources. But what can be done in terms of the climate security nexus, this should be also integrated within those negotiations and meetings and the planning of the water management in the region. And finally, is to target efficient and the capacity building, and also to find the financial capacity to help addressing climate security at the regional level. And with that, I thank you very much.
Dr. Aisha Al-Sarihi, thank you so much. You really laid out beautifully how climate change manifests itself in the Middle East, the points that you talk about, from rising temperature levels to the scarcity of water and food and other resources, really laid out what's at stake. We want to pivot now and talk to Mazen Malkawi, who is going to talk to us a little bit about the environmental changes and global warming effects on public health. Mazen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and I hope you hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, please just share the PowerPoint presentation from your side. Yeah, I'll be talking about the environment, the public health impacts of climate change in the region, and what we are planning in the coming years, to minimize the impacts. Next, please. This is the East, what we call it in WHO, the Eastern Mediterranean region, which is almost the Middle East. I'm putting the geography in front of you just because I'm using some figures about the impacts in the different parts of the region. Next, please. The region, as you see it, it's quite diverse in socio-economic indicators. I usually say it this way: we have the richest country of the world and the poorest country of the world sitting in the region. But at the same time, we have some common issues. First is we have a huge burden of environmental risks on health. It's already a difficult environment. That is already the previous speakers mentioned some of those, but I'll try to put some values of how much this is affecting the health. And unfortunately, climate change is aggravating the impacts of those different environmental risk factors. Also, unfortunately, whether we want to declare it or not, we are the land of the emergencies. And out of the 22 countries of the region, 12 or 13 are living elongated emergencies. Dr. Aisha mentioned that some of those emergencies might be raised by climate change, but we know that climate change is contributing to those emergencies, but countries in emergencies might not be able, to respond to some of the climate change impact. The other thing is, recently the EU issued a map of risks of the world, and we have a high index, of risk in the world, which is if you put climate change on top of that, then we'll be in a very bad position. Next, please. This is the burden of environmental and climatic risks on health in the 22 countries of the region. If you see the left part, unfortunately, the poor and least developed countries of the world are receiving the highest impact, we try to measure it in terms of chronic and non-chronic diseases, but unfortunately, most of the NDCs are coming now from environmental risks, which is different from the classical way we were looking at environmental risks, that they are causing only communicable disease. Next, please. Yeah, this is the environmental risks that are causing this amount of disease. We are losing 1 million people annually, and if you put that in under the microscope, it's larger than what we lost in COVID. It's larger than what we are losing from different big diseases. Air pollution alone is killing 50% of that. About 500,000 people are dying because of exposure to high levels of air pollution. But also the classical wash, water and sanitation, hygiene problems are there. Exposure to chemicals is another risk factor. I'm putting this because all those environmental risk factors has a link with climate change. They are increasing because of climate change. Next, please. This is the Informed Risk Index, which is a mixture of exposure, vulnerability, and lack of coping capacity at the country's level. If you see, unfortunately, the poor countries and the countries that are facing emergencies have a very high index, which if you put climate change on top of that, then disasters and emergencies are coming, whether we like it or not. Next, please. We measured it actually in different occasions. Unfortunately, emergencies are hindering the development in different parts of the region. A country like Syria, for instance, where the literacy rate was almost 95%, now the new generations are hardly 60 or 70 people who go to school. I think the same thing is repeated in Afghanistan, in Yemen, and other countries. The ongoing emergencies mixed between natural and man-made emergencies are affecting our life. Unfortunately, more than 100 million internally displaced people or refugees are coming from this part of the world. Next, please. That's again a very sad graph to share with the audience. 50% of the refugees and IDPs are coming from the different countries of the region. On top of that is Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Iraq, and you name it. Some of those refugees were, been refugees for years and years. Next, please. And what is not being measured actually is how much of those refugees are environmental, what we call them environmental migrants or environmental refugees. People left their countries because simply the environment is so harsh and they cannot they can no longer live on that. This is a couple of examples about some of the climate-related disasters that we started seeing in the past 2 years. One of them is still living, where about 30 million people were affected in Pakistan because of the floods. Floods is not new in Pakistan. It happens every 2-3 years. But to this extent, to this size is really new, and the frequency of those disasters are increasing. And still we are measuring the infectious diseases that were raised even after the floods. The floods affected the healthcare facilities, affected the households, and is the main cause of spread of malaria and other diseases. The same thing happening in the greater Horn of Africa, where we are seeing the cholera outbreaks. We are seeing famine in different parts of the region. Dr. Aisha mentioned already the water scarcity problem that's being faced in Iraq and Syria, because the very famous rivers of Tigris and Euphrates, the runoff is only 20% of what used to run. And imagine a country living for the past 15,000 years on those rivers now have to live on 10% or 20% of the water going there. Next, please. Yeah, these are the expected changes or the forecast of the climate models that we are expecting. I think I'm not going to repeat what was shared, but different models are saying that some parts of the region, some cities and countries will no longer be livable in the coming years. But by 2030, some of the cities, people will die, because in some of those countries, there are resources for air conditioning and trying to be resilient to that. But in some other cities, it's hardly you can live there. And just to bring an example, last year, 14 cities in Iraq, the temperature was more than 50 degrees Celsius for 3 consecutive days. We don't know what was the impact on the people, whether people decided to leave their cities or not. The sea level rise will affect several cities of the region. Just to name one city, Alexandria might be under the risk of vanishing. If we, luckily the Egyptian government is taking some measures, in order to be resilient to this, but we might see this in other cities. We have water security problem, we have food security problem, and those based on the available scenarios. Of course, all of this will have direct and indirect impact on health. Next, please. Yeah, I don't want to go into this, but this is the impacts of the different weather conditions, the heat stress, the cardiovascular diseases, the respiratory infections. And one of the things that we usually underestimate is the increase in the dust storms in the region. We've seen dust. We used to see dust in some parts of usually spring, but now we see dust all over the time. You know, it's coming more frequent, more severe, and the current studies say that 50% of the levels of particulate matter in the air is coming from those dust. And as I said, 500,000 people are dying because of exposure to those pollutants. But the link is very clear. Climate change is increasing air pollution and is affecting the health of the public. Next, please. Coming to the Climate Change and Health Program of WHO, which was started in collaboration with the UK government last year in Glasgow, where we announced the Climate Change and Health Program, calling on countries of the world in order to upgrade their systems into climate resilient and low carbon footprint systems. 60 countries of the world already declared their willingness to upgrade their systems. Luckily, 11 of those countries are from the region. Next, please. In the coming COP in a couple of weeks in Sharm el-Sheikh, we will build up on that initiative. We already launched what we call the ATTACH, which is a collaboration between the UK, the WHO, and the current presidency, the country of Egypt. And hopefully next year, United Arab Emirates will continue on this. We are bringing financial and technical resources to help the countries of the world, including the 11 countries of the region, in building their systems, health resilience systems to be climate resilient. Next, please. Yeah, this is our recommendation for the future. We have 3 groups of countries. We have countries that are already committed. The list, I hope you can see it. What is needed actually, we need financial and technical resources, and this is a call for all the participating institutions that let us pull in all resources to help those countries in updating their systems to be climate resilient and low carbon footprint. We have countries who already not committed yet, but they are willing to go and commit. We need to do some advocacy and some technical support to accelerate the commitment. And we have some 6 or 7 countries that are not committed. We need to continue advocating, you know, for them to announce their commitments. And hopefully the coming COP would be an opportunity to say that the countries that are committed to update their systems in the region are 14 or 15. I'm sorry for taking 2 extra minutes of time, and back to you.
Mazen, thank you so much. Mazen Malkawi, Regional Advisor with the WHO Center for Environmental Health Action. Mazen, we'll come back to you with some questions as well. And I want to remind everyone who is tuning in virtually, there is a Q&A button that you can actually submit questions. We'd love to hear from you and take your questions as well. So please take a moment and ask anything of the panelists, and we'll be back with them in a few minutes to ask some questions. But next, we want to look at the correlation of extreme environmental events and increased migration flow. And I'm joined in person by Carol Shushani Sharfain, who's the Director of Arab Center for Climate Change Policies, the Cluster Leader for Climate Change and Natural Resource Sustainability Cluster, and United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. And Carol traveled all the way from Beirut. So thank you very much, Carol. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you, Rina, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you something that really builds on what the other speakers were talking about, and to provide some visualization, because I think sometimes map speaks a lot more than words, and that's what I'm looking forward to share with you on how we are working to build the science policy interface to address challenges related to extreme events and what it means for people. And the most vulnerable people are those that are having to migrate to respond to their needs. So we've already heard today from many distinguished speakers that we have observed a greater number of disasters in the region. So we see that there has been an increased frequency and increased number of extreme events, be it floods and droughts. But what's important to think about when we think about vulnerability of the Arab population and other populations in the MENA region is how many people are affected by these disasters. So while floods might happen more frequently, we are seeing, in fact, that droughts are affecting more people. So thinking about the human dimension, as well as the ecosystems, and not only the frequency of an event, is something to think about when we conduct analysis and find ways to move forward. And actually, we've been working with the Arab states for over a decade now, trying to better inform their ability to understand what these pressures are. And with the help of our partners, we have set up a regional initiative to assess the impact of climate change on water resources and water-dependent sectors, and what it means for vulnerability in the region. And by doing this, we have a science base to conduct regional climate projections for the Arab region. And as you can see, it's much bigger than the Arab region. And this allows us to think about issues, as mentioned by Dr. Aisha, the cyclones coming from the east. What's happening to transboundary? What's happening to the Tigris and Euphrates, those headwaters? What are happening from the headwaters of the Nile? All those transboundary aspects affect how we think about water and climate, and therefore how we think about vulnerability and the impact on people. Why did we have to do this? Well, the global community has a lot of very good experts, but for the MENA region, we are divided. You can see here how many times, every time the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, works, they never let us talk. So Morocco can't speak to Iran, to Iraq, or Oman at the same breath. So we work on the Arab regional level, and that is where RICAR came from. And this was mandated, actually, by those ministerial councils that we heard about earlier. The Council of Arab Ministers responsible for the environment, and the Arab Ministerial Council, who mandated ESCWA and our partners through the Arab Center for Climate Change Policies to work and better understand what these pressures are. Just again, not to discount the IPCC, they do good work, just to highlight that there's an interactive atlas where people can also find information. But as you can see, it's all divided up, and there's no way that we can see what's going on Arab-wise, MENA-wise, to be able to address these challenges. So we've heard a lot about the changes, even from the distinguished opening keynote speakers today. Well, let's put some pictures onto words. We can see here the changes when there's a low emission scenario or a high business as usual scenario, what is happening to the Arab region from this, in the Arab domain in terms of increasing in temperatures. So we had heard earlier 1.5 degrees have already happened. By mid-century, we're talking about 2.5 degrees, so just another 20. And by the end of the century, 5 degrees, it might go up to 4.8 degrees higher, not compared to the 1850s that we hear sometimes about when the emissions started, but actually just from the beginning of this century. So that is dramatic in terms of what the temperature means and the ripple effects. One of the ripple effects, it's water. So what is it doing for precipitation? And we see here very clearly the projections. So we know about observes and trends, but what does this mean in the future is important so we can plan forward. And what we are seeing, again, is the warming on the northern rim of the continent and in the Mediterranean. And we're seeing how much drier, less rainfall is going to happen in some of those strategic areas, such as the Tigris and Euphrates basin. And the mixed messages that are also happening in parts of the region. But we are talking about extremes. You've asked me to speak about the extreme climate events. And there are many indicators and science-based approaches, so we better understand this, to also then link into floods and droughts. And one of the things I'm proudest about when we set up RICAR was that please understand what's happening in the region. Dr. Mazen was just mentioning about temperature peaks going up to 50 degrees. Well, globally, they are thinking a hot day is when it's over 25 Celsius. And I know we're in the States, but 25 Celsius is winter in Lebanon. We're not worried about over 25. We're worried about the over 35 days, the over 40 degrees Celsius days, and the frequency and the consecutiveness of that. So we are creating indicators that are appropriate for the region under a change in climate and what that means for people. And the heat stress has already been mentioned, but to see visually what that means, again, if there is positive reductions in emissions, this is what happens on the top. If there are business as usual and the global community cannot meet the commitments that they are seeking, we can get up to 80 more days over 40 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. 80, I mean, already it's high. And we're talking doubling, increasing that by 80. If changes are not made. Now that is not only health, that doesn't only contribute to dryness, but think of all those workers that are outside, be it agriculture, construction, safety, all that is going to be affected by vulnerability, and of course, the informal settlements and migrants who have to then also adapt. I just want to close by wrapping up. Let's not also think only about annual changes and what happens over decades, but what it means for seasons. Because you might not, some of your listeners might not know, but we actually have snow in the Middle East. There's snow in the mountains of Lebanon. There's snow in Morocco, and in the mountains of Turkey. And if we don't think about seasonality on where the snowpack and how that affects our runoff, we also won't be able to plan forward when we think about agricultural productivity and what it means for recharge of groundwater sources and the health. So we do other work also at the Mashriq level, looking at seasonality. And this is very interesting because it shows very explicitly just by the middle of the century. Again, the first map is what the reference period is, and by mid-century, we're seeing it having much less runoff when we think about Tigris and Euphrates, but we're going to have a lot more flash floods and effects that are happening Yemen, which is already so vulnerable, already suffering landslides, and seeing then also what that could happen to the effect of the headwaters of the Nile. Also the cyclones affecting that. So looking at different scales, looking at different temporal, look at different regions, help us better understand how we move forward. Now that's just impacts. The big story here for migration is vulnerability. And vulnerability is much bigger than just looking at impacts. What we really have to think is the socioeconomic dimension. And that's why, with our RICAR initiative, we build in adaptive capacity. Because let's say the UAE, and the distinguished colleagues here who are supporting, they had flash floods in the UAE just a couple weeks ago, in the northern part of UAE. They can handle it. But when you go to the Gaza Strip, and they don't have any infrastructure to handle it, the same rain, even if anything, a wetter climate that is used to in Gaza, they cannot handle the stresses that a UAE with their adaptive capacity can handle. So thinking about those dimensions is just as important as thinking about the biophysical changes that are happening. And that's why I'd like to emphasize the importance of adaptation and adaptive capacity, which goes beyond just the changes in temperature and P, but what it means actually for people, the ability, the institutions, the actions, and of course the equity, be it gender, be it age, and of course informal and formal settlements and migrant workers. How do we incorporate this in our analysis is very important. So how do we do this? Visually, we were talking now, again, changes in temperature, changes in rainfall, all that follows under exposure. And you see a lot of red in the map there, where you can see exposure is significant in parts. But look at the adaptive capacity maps on the bottom. Wow. What you can see at the bottom left is Somalia in black, no adaptive capacity. So Somalia is actually going to get a little bit more rainfall, but that's irrelevant if they don't have the capacity to deal with it. That's why they had such an extreme problem with the floods this year. They do not have the governance structure or the institutional capacity, much less the physical capacity to be able to handle these pressures, even with more rainfall. So it's not enough to think about climate change, the ecosystem is necessary. And that's why we link adaptive capacity and exposure when we think about the impacts on vulnerability, present and future. Now, this is our methodology. We've been doing this with Swedish and the German governments and many partners for a while. There's other methodologies out there I just highlight, but in any case, what is vulnerability? It's the propensity of people to be adversely affected by the climate phenomenon. And that's, in the end, what we're thinking about. And where is it most seen? Somalia this year, but Sudan has been suffering incessantly for years with flash floods that are happening at the southern part of the country. Now, before they would talk about the worst floods in 25 years. Then it was the worst floods in 100 years. Okay, you can think about that if these floods happen every 10 years or so and they're getting more intense. But what's happening in Somalia and all the refugees, every year there's a phenomenon. So you don't think also in terms of resilience and vulnerability in terms of a one-off event. It's the ebb and the tide and the communities who are no longer able to look at these stresses year after year. So you can build once, you can rebuild twice, but if your livestock is decimated, that's it. I mean, that is where the desperation comes in and internal displacement is caused because of the duration and the iterative nature of extreme events like that. So we don't think about it as one-off events. We should really think it over in a time. And then a whole of society is needed, a whole of economy is needed to go into that adaptive capacity, not just building a dam. Building a dam is not enough. You have to have a whole way for that community to be able to suffer because of all the stresses happening to those communities. However, we are at a security conference. I do want to highlight that while, of course, as someone very active in the climate sector, we need to consider the impact of climate change on displacement and refugee communities, we cannot say that it is the only cause, though. This is the Middle East. This is North Africa. This is a region which suffers much conflict. And as you can see from this slide, the light blue is showing how much internally displaced population is caused by climate-related issues and how much is done by conflict. So we also have to put this in perspective. So what is the main driver? Is it a contributor or the cause? I have concern about having climate as a direct causality with migration, because then what happens to adaptive capacity? Is it all God that has caused the drought and the floods, and then government has no responsibility to act and prepare? No, there has to be an institutional framework, an ability to adapt to these processes, especially when there are known situations that happen, because that is what causes conflicts, your inability to respond to the challenge, not just this challenge that happens once. So that whole ecosystem needs to be considered. And while globally, maybe natural disasters are a major cause of displacement, like what we heard about Pakistan and what happens in Bangladesh, in our region, still it's conflict and violence that is the primary cause, with a contributing factor of climate, but we have to really put it into a regional capacity. So just to wrap up a little bit on the migration story, there's a lot of studies being done on this. We have to realize that migration can be international migrants that come in, let's say, to the Gulf. The Gulf region, the GCC countries are among the most that welcome migrants to the region. KSA and UAE actually amongst the top 5. But there's no definition for what is a migrant. There's no approved definition. But statistically, we use definitions that say those who have moved somewhere else because from their normal place of residence. That's a statistical, but there's no legal definition. There are legal definitions for refugees and internally displaced people. And so we use that to be able to contextualize what are the flows. And in the Arab region, actually, there's over 41 million as of 2020, 41 million international migrants and refugees in the region having to be supported under precarious and vulnerable conditions. Now, not all of these are climate. These are also related to conflict and uncertainty in their countries. I would like to highlight that there is no common definition also for climate refugees. That is a very politically charged term still. Even the UN Refugee Agency talks about persons displaced within the context of disasters and climate change. Climate refugees is still something under negotiation, as it would not only affect us, but think about all the people in small island states, or Bahrain now, or Comoros now, or in all the islands. How would that be in terms of ensuring their ability and their access to human rights and the compensation, to be frank, how that would be that responsibility. So that term refugee and a climate is still in discussion, but definitely has a place in the dialogue on climate security. Final point on this, there has been an increase in the number of displaced due to extreme events in the region. As mentioned, Somalia had an important event in the last couple of years that caused significant displacement. But there has to be also the thought of not only the displaced, but the implications for the host communities. Because in an environment coming out of COVID, where there's $1.4 trillion of debt in the Arab region, the governments are very laden with burdens, and we need to make sure that there are resources in countries like Lebanon and Jordan, who have the most refugees globally, that they are taking care of, large shares of compared to their national populations, and making sure that those refugees and those displaced persons and migrants have the access to the basic services. Unfortunately, the money is not always there to help them. We find that globally it costs about $400 a person to take care of the internally displaced persons, while in our region it's over $500 per person. So, the difficulty because of the conflict setting is something to consider, that we need special assistance to be able to reach their needs. And how do we show this? Well, in the adaptation context, we really have to think that adaptation needs resources. And while we all want to meet the global climate goals to reduce our emissions and meet that 1.5 degree target, in the end, if resources are not allocated to adaptation and not just mitigation, we're not going to be able to help these people. And in our region, we've asked, in the Arab states, just 11 states who have costed their needs, they're asking for about $570 billion over the coming 10 years. If we use the past as an indication for the future, It's only 6% of what's needed. And then still, mitigation is getting way more of the money than adaptation. So it doesn't look pretty for security or any causes unless we get our priorities allocated to be able to respond to these and to strengthen adaptive capacity in the region. And what will happen in the end? Conflict. And then we could come back to square one. We will see that if drought and vulnerability and the resources are not there to adapt to these challenges quickly, we might find actually increases in conflict. And ESCWA has a views model, violence early warning system, that incorporates drought and vulnerability to seeing what could happen if nothing happens. And that is a dire situation. So to wrap up, climate security is an emerging area. It's bringing in the development and the humanitarian and peace-building communities together. There is a connection between climate change and vulnerability and extreme events and mobility, but it's not the only reason. We have to make sure that we also think about the conflict and the violence and other factors that affect our region. Adaptive capacity of states and societies and how they are able to deal with this is as important as thinking about the biophysical and the changing climate itself, and then how the resilience of communities are regarding their livelihoods, savings, and assets are important to consider. And finally, we need investment in this, and we should use science, not just words, to move this forward. And with that, I'll close just saying we have data sets and available resources for any researchers. We provide services freely available to countries to better let them access us and our partners so that people can see what it means for the Mashreq, the changing climate, and for the Arab region and the whole region at large to be able to respond to these important challenges. So thank you very much.
Carol, thank you so much, and the power of adaptability, and that your maps really starkly laid out why that is so important. I want to wrap up and turn to our final panelist, Dr. Paul Jerome Sullivan, who's a lecturer at Johns Hopkins University. He's a senior research associate for KFCRIS and a non-resident senior fellow at Global Energy Center here at the Atlantic Council. Dr. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. You're going to give us a look at climate change as a geopolitical challenge, looking at adaptation and also resilient development. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, could you bring up the first slide of text, which is slide number 2? Well, climate change could be very harsh to the region. Nothing is determined in the future. This could be turned around. Things could be milder than expected if it is worked at the global level, because the regional level will not be enough. No matter how much we talk about the regional efforts, it's not enough. Climate change could have extreme effects on the economic, social, political, and international stability of the region. Well, there are already issues related to that. And a lot of this stuff will be differentiated out according to the ability of these countries to deal with the changes and also their fragility as it exists right now and as climate change kicks in. The UAE is a very different place from Yemen. The region will be facing increased VUCA, excuse my use of military terms, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's already there. It could increase. There will be an increasing need for leadership in the region and in the world to help solve these issues. All elements of national power, economic, informational, military, diplomatic, cultural, education, and more will be needed to take on these issues. It's not just diplomatic and getting together for meetings once a year. This has to be consistent, it has to be constant, has to be global. Strategic and critical thinking will be required, not just thinking. Regional actions can help, but it is a global problem that needs global solution, and conflict and social strife could be increasingly likely in a part of the world where it has been increasingly likely almost through its history. Next slide, please. If you take a look at this, the region is not the biggest source of CO2 from energy. This is the stuff that's burned on the ground and used on the ground. Of course, 30% of the oil trade and 20% of the gas trade come out of the region too. So they're part of the issue there. But if we take a look at on the ground production of CO2, you can see that as a percentage of the, that's the next slide, sorry. We take a look at this on the ground production of CO2 as a percentage of global emissions. Most of the countries are quite small. Actually, all the countries are quite small, and yet they're feeling the pain of climate change. Next slide, please. I took a look at some of the temperatures for 4 different countries over the last 40 or 50 years. You can see all of them are increasing. I've been in the region for, well, since the beginning of the 90s, and I felt the differences. I've been working on these issues since 1986 when I was in a national laboratory. Back then, I was more optimistic than I am now because I don't see much coordination. I don't see much global effort on this, and I don't see these meetings adding up to much of anything. Excuse my bluntness. Climate change could have significant effects. Next slide, please. Again, this has been mentioned before. By 2050, increase by 3 degrees C is possible. The average could be 50 degrees in some parts of the Middle East. Could be, not defined. Take a look at the situation in Iraq and Syria. Recently, most particularly southern Iraq, you can see how this is deeply affecting people. And it's not just because of the conflicts, it's the heat and the water stress. And part of what's happening in Iran right now is actually related to water stress and climate change. There are many sparks to the flames, of course. Next slide, please. We're taking a look at water stress over time. You can see certain pockets of the region where water stress will be much worse. And this is pretty much an agreement with our friend from ESCWA and others have spoken today. This is a water short part of the world. It could be much more water short, but there are solutions to that. Nuclear desalination, being less wasteful. I'll get more to the wastefulness in a few more slides. There are adaptations that are being done. There's mitigation that's being done, but they're on a minuscule level compared to what needs to be done. Saudi Green Initiative is one. The Middle East Green Initiative is another. What Mazda has been doing for decades. Solar and wind developments in MENA. The transition in the energy systems of the Middle East and North Africa are minuscule. They're paint on a roof. Clean shipping fuels, the Egyptians and others are working on this. Hydrogen, the development of a hydrogen market in the Gulf and elsewhere, and in Egypt, the Suez Canal. But this is not enough. It is not enough, people. Not enough at all. It's good talking points. And then we can say, yes, things are happening. We need to focus more on circular carbon economics and energy, water, food waste. I'll get to that. Next slide, please. The circular carbon economy, this has been developed by CAPSARC, and Aisha and the others are probably quite familiar with that. What you need to do is reduce your use, reuse what you're using, recycle what you're using, and removing some of the things, and actually repairing as another R to add in. You have to increase energy efficiency at all levels in agriculture, in transportation, manufacturing, utilities. Move to renewable energy, but not just renewable energy. Nuclear could be a solution. Small modular reactors could be part of the solution in the future too. And renewable energy is not clean energy. There is no such thing as clean energy. There's something called cleaner energy. And many renewables are cleaner than certainly coal. And then you have to use the low carbon fuels, nuclear, geothermal. You can use carbon for producing polymers, methanols, enhanced oil recovery. You can capture the carbon. You can remove it, much like what the Saudis and others are doing by planting a lot of trees, by planting mangroves and mineralizing it, turning carbon dioxide into road material and building material. Energy efficiency, next slide, please. A huge part of this. Developing carbon capture technology, another huge part of this, but it's not going to be enough. Increasing public transportation, the Gulf countries are doing that, others are as well. And growing renewable energy capacity is another thing that needs to be done. One of the main points here I'm going to be making in my talk is part of the solution, next slide, please, is in our wastefulness. We are amazingly wasteful as a world. That slide for energy waste is for the US. I was looking for it for Saudi Arabia. I'm still looking for it. I'd like these sorts of slides to be developed for every country in the region. We in the United States throw away and waste 68% of the energy we put into our system. And that is the case most likely in every developed industrial country, and most likely close to the case in the GCC and throughout the Middle East and North Africa. We waste 1/3 of our food in the world. In the Middle East, some countries have higher percentages. Now think of all the water and energy that are wasted in the crops that are thrown away, that are wasted, that are rejected. Think of the water and land and human effort that went into wasting all of that energy. That energy produced emissions. Those emissions went to no good use. We need to reduce our wastefulness and increase our efficiency, or we will get nothing done. Next slide, please. We also have to figure out what are the best, safest, and cleanest sources of energy. Nuclear is one of them, with solar and wind. Hydropower doesn't exactly work in a lot of countries in the Middle East and North Africa. Nuclear can be used through, let's say, using the heat from the nuclear energy to desalinate and to produce other energy. Coal, oil, the big baddies when it comes to the pollution that the fellow from the WHO mentioned. And this is something we're going to have to deal with. 1 out of every 5 people who died in the last few years died because of the particulates and pollution from hydrocarbons. Let's get realistic, folks. Next slide, please. What can MENA countries do? They can do a lot, but it won't be enough. It won't be enough. There has to be a global effort. That's where the COPs come in. And we have to really think of this as not just the COP as we think about it. There has to be COPs out there. There has to be monitoring. There has to be surveillance. There have to be penalties to continue what people are doing. What can the international community do? Amazing amount of stuff. It actually has leadership. If it does have leadership, it has strategic thinking and creative thinking. It can do a massive amount. The cost of inaction or inappropriate actions could be devastating for many people in the Middle East and North Africa. The cost of action could be much less than the cost of inaction, and the cost of denial could be worse than all of these. We need to think, strategize, invest, educate, train now. A lot of that's connected with these changes that are needed include justice and just energy transitions, and justice in economics, and equity. And we also have to calculate in the ethnicity issues and the sectarianism in the Middle East and North Africa when there are deep divides between people and historical grievances. Climate change will magnify these things. We need to deal with these first. There isn't just the temperature and the water and the dryness and the humidity that's going to cause these conflicts. There are underlying things that have to be dealt with. There's a history of conflict, instability, and terrorism in the region. If we don't deal with the underlying reasons, and as well as the climate change reasons and everything associated with that, get used to more. Thank you very much. I wish I could be more positive. I've been studying the region, lived in the region, worked in the region for decades. And sometimes I have to remind myself of the beauty of the place, the coral reefs where I went diving this summer, the historical monuments, the beaches, the amazing sights, the amazing people. But we need to do something now. We had to do something decades ago. Leadership needed, folks. Thanks.
Your point is noted, Dr. Paul Jerome Sullivan. We see the pessimism, but we understand your underlining message, which is there has to be international coordination. Nobody can do this alone. I want to turn now, we're requesting anyone to, in these final moments, if you have a question, to please submit them. We've got a couple here, but I want to turn to Dr. Aisha first. Dr. Aisha, something that you said, you were talking about how the Middle East is warming 2 times faster than the rest of the world. When you're looking at the security implications, how do you break that down for people who might not understand why this is a big security issue?
Well, when we speak about the rise in the temperature, that translates, in, for example, bringing challenges to for example, the agriculture. Now, most of the food in the region is actually although there is some agriculture activities in the region, and some of the countries depends on the agriculture, most of the food is imported from outside. So for the countries that depends on the agriculture for their economies is going to be affected, especially those that depends on the agriculture. And that could mean that the people who depend on the agriculture as a source of income, they could leave their places and then they could transition to live in the cities. And this is actually already has been happening in different places. And as I mentioned, the example of Syria and the example of Tunisia. And this actually, in a way, it puts a pressure over the resources that exist in the urban places like the cities. It puts pressure, on in the water resources there. It puts pressure also, something maybe we don't think about. It's air. It could cause the air pollution, and that also brings a challenge to the human health. So this is something that we really need to think about when it comes to the temperature. Also, the other challenge, and this is also has been mentioned by one of the speakers, is that the workers who work outside could be exposed to those high temperature, and this the impact of the climate change and the rise in the temperature should be taken into consideration when we put the standards that protects the health and the safety of the workers who work outdoor. Another impact also is the impact of the high temperature on the tourism sector. So for many countries in the region, they depend on the tourism sector as a source of income also. And so the rise in the temperature could bring a challenge to the tourism sector for too many countries in the region. So as mentioned earlier, the countries in the Middle East, and in terms of the rise in the temperature, they cannot tackle this issue alone. There needs to be a global effort to tackle the rise in the temperature. And that means the global efforts should come together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And there is no time now to blame one another on who have been the reason behind it. There should be more of a cooperation moving forward.
On that point, Dr. Aisha makes, Dr. Paul, I want to turn to you and then also to Carol. We just have a couple minutes left. When on the concept of international cooperation, what do you believe could be done? We've only got about 60 seconds or so left. I want to have both of you a chance to respond to this, but what do you believe could be transformative in the international space?
Well, can I start off?
Yes, please.
I think the best thing, and excuse me for those who are working on these COP meetings, it's not to have 193 countries together trying to hammer out a solution. You have to get the major emitters, the major industrial and energy companies together in smaller meetings to figure out what they can do, and then over time, bring along the others. The COP meetings have done almost nothing. Let's get realistic here. The situation is getting worse. Some laws have changed. In the United States, the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, could be a message, and more of those kind of things in the major oil and gas and industrial states could also make a big difference. Thank you.
Right. Carol, I'll let you have the final word here.
I think there is cooperation happening and there is progress, but to look at it, it's very hard to get consensus with the 190, right, plus countries. When you work regionally or at a basin level, you can achieve benefits that have the adaptation benefits and the mutual sustainable development benefits that allow for that sustainable energy transitions that meet our global climate goals. And I would say that there has been a lot of effort on this. The problem has been that there is a supply that is said to provide resources to assist countries to achieve those impacts, but the countries need help in articulating what their needs are. And that's why ESCWA is working with the UNFCCC and the League of Arab States on a needs-based climate finance project to help them articulate, okay, if we need to look at the Euphrates-Tigris basin, how can we work with the World Bank and other players to look at those needs regionally, so we have those win-wins. We create trust, we create opportunities for moving forward. How can we identify in the Maghreb what are challenges where an interconnection might work, a road interconnection even, not only electricity, that allows for efficiency gains, and also achieve our development goals? Because climate cannot be divorced from development, and cooperation at a smaller scale of analysis, we work regionally and across countries, but even at a very local scale of analysis will help respond to the needs, avoid conflicts, and allow for us to achieve our sustainable development goals.
Carol, Mazen, Dr. Paul, Dr. Aisha, I want to thank all of you for helping us take a closer look at national security, climate change, and the Middle East.
Thank you, Rina.
Thank you all for a great discussion. And now we will be moving on to the second panel titled Impacts of Resource Scarcity and Population Growth in the Middle East, which will be moderated by my great colleague, Dr. Christine Alexander, who is the head of Strategic Studies section at Trans Research and Advisory.
Dear guests, attendees, and distinguished participants, my name is Christian Alexander. I'm a senior fellow and the head of the Strategic Studies Department at Trends Research and Advisory. On behalf of Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, the CEO and founder of Trends Research and Advisory and our partners at Atlantic Council, I am happy to welcome you to this panel. The theme of this panel is focused on resource scarcity and population growth in the Middle East. The panel seeks to address the impacts of the war in Ukraine on the Middle East's major agriculture imports, such as wheat, as well as the challenges that the region is facing in terms of rising food and water demands, especially in light of the projected increase in the region's population. At this point, I would like to introduce our esteemed speakers for this panel that will run from 11 to 12 p.m. Washington, D.C. time. Each speaker has been allocated approximately 10 minutes to present, after which we will have 20 minutes of Q&A. I am live in Washington, D.C. and will be joined by 4 esteemed speakers who are tuning in to us remotely from different parts of the world. Our first presenter is Dr. Eckhard Wurz, Director of the Institute for Middle East Studies and the German Institute for Global and Area Studies. The second in line is Dr. Harry Verhoeven, who is a senior research scholar at the Center of Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. He will be followed by Hanan Sakar, who is Finance and Resilience lead of the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions team. And last but not least, I would like to introduce Dr. Svetlana Edmadis, who is the lead agriculture economist at the World Bank MENA region, soon to be based in Cairo. Before joining the World Bank Group, she worked as a research fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute. So I kindly ask Dr. Wurz to commence. His presentation title is Future Projections and Impacts on the Region's Population Growth and Droughts on the Infrastructure of Food and Water Systems. Please.
Hello, and thanks for having me. I want to start with a couple of good news, actually, on the demand side, right? I want to structure first how will drought, population growth, and other factors affect essentially the food security situation in the Gulf. First the demand side, then the supply side. On the demand side, actually, we have a couple of rather positive news. The population in the GCC countries is not rising rapidly and is actually not that youthful as the media sometimes portrays. It will shrink towards the end of the century. There will be hardly any population growth towards 2050 from 60 to 68 millions, and then it will decrease towards 53 million according to the United Nations. It's unlikely that migration will make up for that shortfall. So, and at the same time, there is an increase in life expectancy of another decade from about 77 to 87 projected. So overall, we will see towards the end of the century an aging society with a more balanced population pyramid than now, that has this also very pronounced gender gap in the median ages because of the very strong labor migration. That will still exist, but is unlikely to increase from current levels. So in sheer numbers, there will not be that much of an increase in demand. I think the same is true for diets. The diets in the GCC countries are actually already pretty diverse. So it is unlikely that we will see this massive demand push that we have seen in some emerging markets, such as China, for example, when there was an increase of meat and dairy products in the diet. Actually, there are too many calories in the GCC countries. The obesity ratios in the region are among the highest in the world. So the real food security issue in the GCC countries is not scarcity, but abundance. And if we want to have a discussion about the kind of quality side of food security much more attention should be paid to the lack of micronutrients that sometimes can be an issue, as I've said, also in the case of diet-related diseases. A third issue on the demand side that could be tackled is food waste, like in other countries as well. But overall, I think the demand side is not so much the challenge looking ahead, at least for the GCC countries, and compared to other regions in the MENA in the MENA region, where we'll see still very considerable population growth, for example, Iraq or Egypt. The supply side is a bit more tricky. Obviously, there's a massive food import dependence. Self-sufficiency ratios vary between 10 and 30%, mostly depending on the food item. They're extremely low for cereals, and in terms of value, most of the money GCC countries spend is on more quality food like dairy, fruit, and poultry. Actually, some countries in the MENA are exporters. Yeah? Saudi Arabia is an exporter of dairy products. Right? And this is very water intensive to produce such products, as you can imagine. So Saudi Arabia is literally exporting so-called virtual water, the water that is embedded in a product and was needed to produce it with the help of such sometimes subsidized agricultural schemes. It's quite questionable that these domestic supplies can be increased to any meaningful extent, and that they actually should be increased to any meaningful extent, because there's strong water scarcity, and a lot of that water actually should be rather allocated to economic activities that are more important for economic diversification and provide more value added to the respective economies. So I understand that there is a considerable concern in the GCC countries because of this strong import dependence. There is sometimes this vision that this strong import dependence could be reduced with all kinds of technological silver bullets, vertical farming, drip irrigation, and so on. You can do that within reason, and maybe you reduce your import dependence from 90% to 88%, but the overall picture will absolutely not change. So I think overall, the challenge for the GCC countries will be to have a very honest discussion how this import dependence can be managed and how the very scarce water resources can be allocated in an efficient way. And in my opinion, it will not be agriculture. So agriculture maybe has a place in some areas, some vegetables, some fruit, and so on. Certainly not in cereal cultivation, and most likely also not these large dairy schemes that Saudi Arabia has, that Qatar has now also implemented in reaction to the temporary blockade that was implemented against the country. So it was also kind of a question of national prestige to fly in thousands of Holstein cows and build up or expand the dairy industry. I think it is not the future. The future is more how to manage value chains, how to manage the import dependence. And actually, we have seen when GCC countries have really put money on the table and invested abroad, it was not in these very controversial land acquisition schemes in often food insecure countries like Sudan or Ethiopia. It was rather further up the value stream, the value chains or further down the value chains in food distribution and food trade. For example, Saudi state-owned Salik has taken over a majority stake in the privatized Canadian wheat board. I would expect rather such investments. Also during the COVID crisis, we have seen in the UAE that they had kind of a task force dealing with supply chains and sourcing alternative supplies on world markets. I think this is rather the future of assuring food availability. And as far as food security issues exist in the country, I think we will need to pay much more attention to issues of diets and micronutritional security, but also of food accessibility of vulnerable segments of the population, most notably migrant labor that sometimes faces difficult working conditions. We have seen that during the COVID pandemic. In case, for example, wages were not being paid. This, of course, can have a very considerable impact on their respective food security and is not tied immediately to water and agricultural issues. That's my short take on the situation, and I leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wirtz. Now we move to Dr. Verhoeven, who will discuss the strategic importance of water and growing a concept of cross-border water conflict in the Middle East. Please, Dr. Verhoeven.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me to be here with all of you on the panel and all of those attending around the world. It's a real pleasure. As you rightly said, I was asked to speak about the links between water, politics, and conflict in the region, a topic around which there's always been much speculation. And of course, as the impacts of climate change intensify, the degree to which people speculate, warn that water wars or climate wars, there's different names for this, might be on the horizon, is of course something that naturally has been increasing. Indeed, one of the key background structural factors that influences a lot of this discourse and a lot of this pessimism around this topic is, of course, the fact that you do face undeniably in many countries of the region and within these country-specific areas, where the withdrawal ratios of what the water that's consumed and the water that's actually available are indeed quite high. Places like Iran and Iraq, large parts of Morocco, in Egypt, in Syria, in the Gulf, of course. There's no question that by most kind of quantitative measures of water stress, the extant consumption levels are very, very high indeed, and in many cases are unsustainable, risk indeed of depleting many of the available water resources. Now, as I said, this kind of structural factor has informed a lot of these warnings that have been sounded now for about 3 decades of imminent water wars or climate conflicts, again, depending on what you say, stretching all the way back, of course, to the famous words of Ismail Sergeldin, who was then the vice president of the World Bank, as well as a former very prominent Egyptian official who famously said that the wars of the 24th century will no longer be wars over oil, but they'll be wars over water. And we see, again, that this kind of thinking is, of course, strongly influenced the way different officials within the United Nations, but also in different foreign ministries and presidencies around the world, has informed the characterization, for example, of the conflict in Darfur as the world's first climate change conflict. Ban Ki-moon in particular, when he was UN Secretary General, very outspoken on this subject. And very similarly, we see a number of people who've tried to attribute the drought preceding the civil war in Syria and its eruption in 2011 to, again, climatic factors and changing precipitation as arguably the root cause of this violence. Now, when we, however, peel away a bit of the layers of the onion and examine these claims a bit more closely, both at the aggregate level and in the cases that are often cited, like Darfur or like Syria, we find actually that there's extraordinarily little evidence to suggest that scarcity is actually driving conflict. That is to say that in the places where scarcity has increased the most, or where it is actually most prevalent in absolute terms, we do not expect this, and we do not see this. I mean, for example, in Darfur, in the western part of Sudan, in the 10 years preceding the explosion of violence in the early 21st century, we actually saw an increase in overall precipitation levels rather than a decrease. So increased rainfall, certainly compared to 1970s and 1980s, which is exactly the opposite of what we would expect to see. And very similarly in Syria, there's no question. And for example, in 2005, 2006, there was a drought. But there is no neat overlay between the patterns of where the civil war has been fought at its most intensely, as where most of the combatants who we have information for were recruited from, and where that drought took place. If anything, most of the evidence of people looking at this quite closely suggests very strongly that it's the failed agricultural reforms that were undertaken in the early 2000s, the decade leading up to the war, that have been far more important in explaining why people have been willing to join the resistance against Bashar al-Assad And of course, this in addition to all the political grievances, I think many of you know, that help explain why that insurrection happened. And again, similarly, as I said, also at the aggregate level around the world, as well as in the region, there's very little evidence that the scarcity of water actually leads to conflicts either within states or between states. Nonetheless, as I said, this discourse is very prevalent. It remains highly influential. The idea, as Eckert was also pointing out, that resource scarcity actually explains political behavior and may explain the kind of formations of institutions is something that remains very, very widespread. And this is problematic because I think, if we come to the wrong diagnosis, the idea that we'll also be able to draw the right kind of policy conclusions, of course, is a very misguided one. It's something that we should certainly be very careful about. Now, this is not to say that there is no link, of course, between the usage of certain resources and violence, but in many ways, I would argue that the kind of causal chain operates in a very different manner. Historically, of course, the way in which most people have experienced violence around scarcity issues in the region is through processes of state building, that is to say, the extension of the authority of the state to areas where historically it had not been very present. This has been the case in the historical building of the state in Saudi Arabia, in Syria and Turkey, of course, in a place like Sudan, in a place like Morocco, that as state power expands and as state officials bring more different parts of the territory into the national economy and begin making very consequential determinations about who gets to use certain plots of land, who gets to use certain quantities of water, and begin to politicize these things, that is when we see the creation of very deep inequities, very deep inequality, that in some cases indeed has proven to be a major driver of violence. But that's a very different thing than saying, of course, that because the climate is changing or because there are shifts in precipitation patterns, whether climate change related or not, this is causing violence. So it's a very different way of understanding that. And what it actually does is to highlight the importance of talking about inequality in discussions about the Middle East and North Africa in general, in particular as it pertains to water and climate. We know, of course, that the use of water within this region between different states is very different. You have a number of states where water consumption is very high, a number of states where it's extraordinarily low. And you also see that, of course, within states. I mean, Eckert already made allusion to this in his discussion about food security and the ways in which different populations may or may not be able to access different types of nutrition. It's a very similar story for water. And we know, of course, that there's a whole set of institutions, of laws, of regulations, of incentives that actively not only maintain that inequality, but in many ways encourage it, despite its potentially very deleterious effects on political and indeed economic stability. The most glaring example, perhaps, of course, is that of water use, of course, in Israel-Palestine. The extraordinary difference in the available water, the water that's available to consume for an average Israeli citizen or a settler, which is 4 or 5 times that of the average Palestinian, and of course even more so than in the case of people residing in the Gaza Strip, illustrates this very well. These people share the same environment. These are the same kind of people with the same kind of basic needs. But of course, it's discriminatory policies and laws that actually enable and sustain this extraordinary divide, which has very real world consequences. And of course, underpins a lot of the real violence that you do experience in that part of the region. And there could be many other examples given. So in conclusion, then, what I try to do in my work is to try to draw importance to this importance of inequality in a political sense, but of course also in an economic sense. The Middle East is one of the world's most unequal regions when you look at Gini coefficients, and paying more attention to that close correlation between inequalities in income as well as in water consumption, I think would be a far more important way of thinking about water and water security, one that certainly contributes much more to the actual needs of individuals, of communities, as well as of whole societies. And that means a bit, again, like Eckert was saying, stepping away from this very narrow-minded, I think very short-term obsession, preoccupation with technological fixes on the supply side, which do very little, of course, to address all the inequities on the demand side. And paying greater attention also in terms of water management, not so much to dams and irrigation canals and desalination plants, all of which have a role to play, but won't fundamentally help us get to grip with these inequalities. What we do need to get to grips with inequalities is much more and much bolder measures of demand side management. That requires political courage, that requires foresight, but I think it's absolutely essential that in a conversation like this, where we talk about population, where we talk about resource scarcity, that we recenter the importance of inequality and what the factors that maintain inequality over longer periods of time with, as I said, often very violent consequences. Thank you very much for your interest in any case, and I look forward to any questions or comments later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verhoeven. Next up is Hanan Bakr-Sakr, who will talk about the impact of climate change on supply chain operations. Please, Hanan.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. And I would like to thank the Atlantic Council of Trends for having me today with the esteemed guest in the room as well. I'm not so sure if there is an echo as well, or my voice is well heard.
No, you're well heard.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would start actually with highlighting the effects of climate change and with relation as well to the Ukrainian-Russian war. So as we're all aware, the severity of climate hazards created and will create disruptions in the supply chain, and that will interrupt production, raising costs and prices, and we have all felt this globally, and particularly for vulnerable groups, and when it comes as well to a region like the MENA region, where most of the countries are having other crises or facing other crises, and the impacts of the climate change and the pandemic, and as well as other political conflicts. So coming to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict and how it's adding to the or exacerbating already other issues, and one of them is climate change in the form of inflation and increased sovereign debt. So if we look at the main issues that has been actually triggered by the conflict, for the Middle East particularly, we would see the food security, the water scarcity, that would lead as well to more financial distress for this part of the world. And it magnified actually three main issues for climate change: the mitigation, resilience, and adaptation. So the war has actually curtailed grains, fertilizers, energy exports from Ukraine and Russia, which increased the prices of these commodities into the MENA region. And we know that the MENA region is highly dependent on the imports when it comes to commodities, and particularly when it comes to wheat and maize and sunflower from Ukraine and Russia. So Egypt, Sudan, Libya, and Yemen, for example, are on average importing 30% of their requirements from Russia and Ukraine. Egypt, for example, 85% of their wheat imports comes solely from Russia. With the inflation prices and this crisis, it has added up to the sovereign indebtedness of the country, and we're all reading the news about the IMF loan and the challenges that Egypt are facing in this regard as well. When it comes to the GCC, they are in a better position due to the increase in the energy prices, and how this actually helped with the fiscal budget of these governments in order to be more tolerant to the increase in food prices, and hence insulated the GCC populations from the food security issue. However, in the crisis of this sort, it hits majorly the vulnerable groups, and given that they tend to spend a greater proportion of their household income on food, these type of events triggers other issues on climate change, and when it comes to food security and related to agriculture as well, and water scarcity for these countries. So our region, the MENA region, is home to 15 out of 20 of the world's most water scarce countries. And due to population growth, rising heat temperatures, unsustainable water management, water scarcity problem in the region is likely to worsen as well. And while the MENA region is home to 6% of the world's population, it only receives 2% of the renewable fresh water. So water scarcity is also increasingly becoming a driver for political conflicts and migration. And Dr. Harry has mentioned that as well, that the coming war is not to be around oil, but rather on water resources. And we're seeing actually countries, for example, like Egypt having the Nile, that they are they're facing water distress by 2025 if they're not taking serious actions today for water desalination plans and filling out these gaps. So while not the sole reason for water scarcity is a climate change, but it results in less rain for agriculture and the deterioration of the quality of the fresh water reserves. And of course, as humans and the majority of this region is highly independent on hydrocarbon activities. As we continue to pump more carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere, the pattern of weather and water will change around the world. So droughts will become more common in some places, floods in others, glaciers and snowpacks will disappear in some areas, and these changes will actually combine to cause less water available for agriculture, energy generation for cities and ecosystem around the world. And if we look at Pakistan, for example, it's a very the recent tragedy where 1/3 of the country now is underwater and causing them $30 billion of estimated losses. So it is becoming a serious concern. It's not climate change. It's not a luxury like others are tending to believe in. So more than half of the world's wetlands have disappeared, and agriculture even consumes more water than other sources. So 70% of the water resources goes to agriculture, and 60% of that gets wasted due to water inefficiency management systems, and there are no high-tech agriculture that are being put in place in these countries. So the irrigation system and the wasteful of use of water is drying the rivers, the underwater resources, and even the highest producing countries, the likes of the US and China as well, are reaching to their resource limits in terms of water resources. So what would be the recommendations for us in the MENA region in order to fix these problems? And to be honest as well, there is no quick fixation to damages that has already been happened. Having that, we've been abusing earth and resources for quite some time, and reversing these effects will take its course as well, which is not short. However, there is an urgent need now for adaptation and resilience investments. Having that, mitigation and decarbonization has been taking its own importance, and of course it's important. However, there has been a negligence to the resilience and adaptation investments, and how this will help the agriculture sector to resolve for water scarcity and food security, particularly for the MENA region, where already our climate is arid and will face even higher temperatures and lower rainfall over agriculture areas. The second point, of course, is leveraging and use of techs, the advanced tech to save water and ensure the productivity. As of today, MENA region is not really using climate tech technology that's available in the world, either because they are not aware of these technologies, or there is no tendency of investment as these technology as seeing it as a priority. However, this is a great source to sort out for food security and water scarcity, which are major problems for the MENA region. The third point would be not particularly around climate change, but it's rather an economic strategy of diversification of resources. So it can't be that one countries are only relying on their importation of essential commodities from just one country. And the Ukrainian-Russian conflict has actually magnified this problem. And we all know by now that we need to diversify our importation and resources in the Middle East. Again, GCC is a good example to follow in terms of their importation and diversification in terms of resources. I will pause here, and I will be happy to receive questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hanan. Our final presenter is Svetlana Edmader. Please, the floor, or should I say the screen, is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this very interesting discussion. I will try to bring a more sort of optimistic perspective to the conversation. I generally try to be an optimist because we always deal with problems. So, and the previous speakers were very articulate about, you know, what the issues truly are. You know, climate change and food security, and I'll focus a lot more on food security as we've done a lot recently as the World Bank. Climate change and food security pressures, I see them really as an opportunity to do something transformational and at scale in MENA. Now, the availability and affordability of food have been significantly affected, right? Speaking about the war in Ukraine. This has had a critical knock-on effects on poverty, nutrition, and livelihoods, as we heard the previous speakers mention. But it has also brought forward the importance, if not the urgency, of building more resilient agri-food systems in MENA. Agri-food systems that are more climate smart, technology driven, and where the private sector plays a critical role in linking producers to markets both within the region and beyond. An easing of food inflation is still an illusion. If we look at the most recent data released early this month, food inflation rates appear to be easing or even falling as we move into 2023 compared with the highs of this past March and June. On the one hand, this is certainly a positive trend, and it will dampen some of the consumer price inflation. However, we should not discount that the level of current prices remains still at a very high 33% higher, higher than it was at the end of 2019. So we're not going to see significant drop in prices in the near future. The good news is that we can work together, I guess, among, academia, international organizations, think tanks, private sector, governments, on sustainable solutions. Our focus is truly on the solutions. In the short term, the role of the public sector has been critical for responding to the food crisis and ensuring that food is available and affordable. However, it is important not to lose sight of policies that have medium-term outcomes and where incentives may cause distortions that further compound the imbalance in the food equation. A lot more can be done to improve own production, to manage risks, and to minimize losses. But targeted investments are needed to achieve the desired outcomes. And the previous speaker spoke, basically concluded her presentation with the need to invest more in technology. In our emergency projects in several MENA countries, we have provided support to address the immediate need for food availability, while also considering more medium-term and resilience-building investments, such as improvement of storage facilities, supporting the modernization and use of early warning systems and climate-smart technologies. We're also supporting targeted assistance for the most vulnerable to ensure that they can afford food. But supporting food provision is coming at a high cost to governments in the region that have had to deal with the compounded effects of the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine on economic development. And this brings me back to the sort of need to build the resilience in the agri-food systems in MENA, a kind of resilience that is not only measured at the level of producers, processors, whole value chains, but also in terms of its fiscal sustainability, where agri-food systems can be important drivers of growth and job creation with strong private sector participation. Only then the food equation will be more balanced and can contribute towards economic development. And to build a resilient agri-food system requires a strong commitment for the transformation of the current system in the current systems in the region to withstand future shocks requires significant resources and targeted investments. With the COP27 quickly approaching, the Egyptian government, I'm sitting in Cairo at the moment, and the Egyptian government is making the message of greater need for investment in climate resilience stronger than ever before. And we all need to act on that and ensure that countries are prepared for the next shock. However, the cost, and we need to keep in mind that the costs of inaction are much higher than the benefits of proactivity. And what do I mean with this? And just wanting to use the example of Egypt, the action itself here refers to building resilience in the agri-food system, both in financial and climatic terms. The cost of building the resilience in the system, roughly the cost of what the government of Egypt estimates the nexus on water, food, and energy to be, is lower over time than the cost of the short-term emergency responses for food imports that the government has had to deal with, and their budget implications and knock-on effects to other sectors of the economy. The point to make is that, the point that I would like to make is that it is time to move from an expensive reactive to shocks type approach to a more balanced and planned, with resilience in mind, proactive policy to mitigate the potential effects of shocks. This includes a clear role of the private sector in sharing the cost of action. And again, action here is the resilience building process. So I'll stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Svetlana. We now have some time for questions. As was indicated earlier, you are able to send questions to the moderator for me to ask of our panelists. But let me start off with a basic question going back to the comments that were made by Dr. Verhoeven. I mean, you alluded to this issue of the likelihood of violent conflict or unrest being triggered or aggravated by climate change in the MENA region. But now, how does climate change as a variable or mitigating factor directly contribute to the impact of other underlying factors commonly cited as being triggers of a conflict? I mean, this goes back to the overarching question of, again, how does climate change more specifically impact the potential for conflict or unrest? I mean, we've heard from other presenters in our first two panels on this issue, but I was wondering, what your stance is on this more specifically.
Well, thank you very much. Well, just to be very clear, I'm quite skeptical about any claims of any direct linkages, and I think most of the scholarship in the region, as well as scholarship from other parts of the world, especially Africa, is very skeptical about any suggestion that climate change, or climate changers, plural, is actually directly responsible for any violence. And to the extent that there is a link, it tends to mostly be one, as I said, that runs through the intermediary variable of existing inequalities and mechanisms of exclusion, which are embedded, as I said, in institutional and economic frameworks. It helped to explain why we see outbursts of violence in some places, whether it's in Sahelian Africa, or we see problems in places like Sudan or in Syria, rather than any kind of direct trigger by scarcity per se. Otherwise, we'd expect to see it in the most water-stressed places, given that climate has its most direct effect on the water cycle, as all of you know. But yeah, that's not what we're experiencing at all. That's not what the empirical pattern teaches us. So this is why I concluded my presentation by saying that the single most useful thing you can do is actually try to deal with some of the horizontal as well as vertical inequalities that you have within societies as well as between these societies. Because that actually contributes both to building resilience for a whole set of changes. Whether it's changes in supply chains that we've been discussing here, changes in the climate, changes in all kinds of other things, as well as I said, trying to mitigate some of the tensions that you get within societies. On the whole, as I said, I don't think that a climate war or water war discourse actually gets us closer to any of the solutions. Usually what it does is it gives fairly authoritarian regimes an excuse to calm down dissent or to enforce policies for which very little legitimacy exists, and in the process often to dispossess people. I mean, we've very long seen this in many Middle Eastern countries, that the claims over resource scarcity and poor management by local communities is used as a pretext, as an excuse by governments, including, for example, the Syrian government or including the Egyptian government, to take away land and water from people, which actually is the opposite, actually contributing to conflict rather than mitigating any tensions that exist. So that's why it's important to carefully calibrate this relationship and not to fall into this kind of easy intuitive thinking, which, as I said, can actually end up empowering, I think, the wrong forces rather than strengthening the right ones. But that's my take on this.
Thank you very much. Maybe moving on to a question about Ukraine in particular. Even if the conflict were to subside, critical agricultural infrastructure and equipment as well as farmland have already been destroyed, leaving key upcoming harvests in jeopardy. Besides human consumption, substantial amount of grain production from Ukraine is utilized for animal feed around the globe. So reductions in grain supply, which account for approximately 13% of dry animal feed, will have trickle-down effects on dairy production and the availability of dairy byproducts, as well as livestock farming, accessibility of pork, beef, and other meats, only to further heighten the risk of price increases and food insecurity worldwide. So my question would be maybe to Hanan and to Dr. Svetlana, more particularly, how can this impasse be addressed by policymakers around the world? Because you often hear issues being raised about the potential for bread riots, subsidy cuts, significant increase in basic food staples, global fertilizer prices going up, and there being these underlying anti-government sentiments. So again, how can this be addressed in a more global manner from your perspective? Either Hanan or Dr. Svetlana.
So thank you, Alex. I can go first on that. Actually, I think it's, again, the Ukrainian-Russian war is actually exacerbating some already structural or food security issues around the globe. So it's not that it's creating it, but it's rather perhaps in magnifying the current problems. And of course, if you ask from a climate and carbon dioxide emission perspective, always the meat production is associated with high gas emissions. So from a climate if you ask someone in the climate space, there will be the recommendation to cut on meat consumption. But again, of course, this will be seen by people who are in their diet are used to consuming meat and poultry. That this has been a downgrade, and this creates either frustration at their end, and it's not particularly even on the meat and poultry. You can say the grain for some countries, for example, if there is a cut in bread or the subsidies, this could create unrest in the streets, and there are historical incidents for that as well. So I believe this should actually, as on a positive note, this should actually push more for food security and again, resilience and adaptation type of investments and scaling up technology, because again, there are problems that are inevitable. We're facing food security issues, we're facing water scarcity issues, and just the war has magnified that as any other incident. The pandemic as well has magnified many other issues as unemployment, supply chain disruptions. You're having like a slowdown in industrialization as well, and the supply of cars and others. So the whole supply chain has been disrupted for many other reasons, and hence the countries has to think on their basic needs locally and how they can be more self-sufficient, at least with the resources that they have, and they have to be smarter about that. But so this is what I'm seeing from a climate change, at least perspective, in terms of self-sufficiency, resilience, and adaptation. It's outside of the war. We need to be thinking about how we can fulfill the local needs and what we need to cut off as well, because there are some perhaps I wouldn't say wrong habits. The dietary selection is it depends on really personal matter, but there are some bad habits as well that we have been following up in at least in the past 50 years that has been harmful to the animal industry, to our health as well, and it has negative implication on the atmosphere. So I think we need to think rationally as well in these situations on what would be in the best well-being for humans, rather than what to think of it as there would be like a political implication. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Svetlana, maybe your take from a World Bank perspective?
Yeah, no, I agree with my colleague. I just wanted to sort of take this question from both the producer side and the consumer side, right? On the producer side, from what we have seen, a lot more can be done to improve the efficiency of production and distribution of food in many of the countries. There are significant losses, waste as well. So, you know, if we're going to rethink the whole food equation in an integrated way, we need to really assess these efficiency losses that could be corrected for. On the consumer side, I agree with what Ms. Bakker was saying on the, you know, rethinking the sort of the dietary composition of the food basket, right? There are lots of cultural issues there. This is not something that happens from one day to the next, but certainly a lot of the consumer patterns are driven by policies and the cost of food itself. So there's some rethinking on protein sources, perhaps, and volume of carbs, etc., can be reassessed with a nutritional perspective to reduce. One of the colleagues was talking about increasing obesity in the region. On the policy side, clearly targeted social protection interventions are needed, better targeted. A lot of them are targeted, but better targeting.
There seems to be a small glitch with Dr. Svetlana.
Start looking at that as well. They are fiscally very costly, and they disrupt the price signals to private sector. They lead to hoarding. They basically are distorting the whole food equation. And it's probably now a good time to start thinking of ways of gradually thinking through alternatives, right? You can't just remove them from one day to the next. This will simply cause a revolution, and nobody is saying that this has to happen. But there has to be a gradual approach that is more sustainable fiscally and also balanced for the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Svetlana. Maybe going back to Dr. Eckert-Wirtz, I mean, you read a lot about the young population that seemingly gives unprecedented momentum to MENA's population growth. 1/3 of MENA's population is under the age of 15. Over the next 15 years, these children and adolescents will reach their childbearing years and enter the job market. Again, there's also providing quality reproductive health services to a growing number of women, which is a challenge in the region, as is the elderly population with its health burden. Going back to your presentation, Dr. Eckert, maybe you can elaborate a bit more on the issue of the young population, because you were kind of skeptical on this demographic development when you made your opening remarks.
Well, I think we are looking here into the rear view mirror, right? Like, of course, there is still a very considerable young population in the MENA countries, but going ahead, especially into the second half of this century, these will be increasingly aging societies, especially in those countries where the total fertility rate of women is already at or even below the replacement level of 2.1 children per woman. And that, the GCC countries are among them, Iran is among them, Tunisia is among them, Morocco, Lebanon, and so on. There are few countries where the fertility rate is still pretty high, like Iraq, like Yemen, like the occupied Palestinian territories. But even there, it has gone down. We are talking about 3 to 4 children rather than 5 to 6 as in the past. We have seen a rebound in Egypt, right, where the fertility rate has come down and has now edged up again. And actually, of course, in the case of Egypt, we are talking about a very large population. So in absolute terms, that makes a lot of population growth. And actually, much of the population growth in absolute numbers in the MENA region will focus on Sudan, Egypt, and Iraq over this century. So I don't want to belittle the issue, yes, but we really have to see a bit the differences within the MENA region, and we have to see also this overall trend towards aging societies that will be increasingly felt during the second half of this century.
Thank you, Dr. Wirtz. Maybe to close off this session, I would like to give each panelist 1 minute to kind of comment on, what type of green technologies, regulatory improvements, and other mitigation actions could be taken to produce a more inclusive process of political and socioeconomic reform that will better position societies in the region to withstand the interlinked and systemic impacts of climate change. Again, just as a 1 minute ending commentary from each one of you, maybe we'll start with Hanan, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Alexa. I just want briefly to comment on the financing challenges that faced in the MENA region, and with regards to perhaps resilience, adaptation, and mitigation projects. However, I would focus more on resilience and adaptation, having that this part of the world is not an industrial, but however, there is some hydrocarbon activities that help in mitigation, but resilience and adaptation is a key for this region. And usually we look up to developed countries in terms of facilitating these financing and this funding, and then looking at resilience and adaptation with a different eye than conventional funding in terms of credit rating and sovereign credit rating to these countries, and how, if they are concluding how these countries, a lot of them are not high in emissions, and that could enhance as well the rating and lower the finance cost, helping with funds or from ECA structures as well to facilitate funding to these countries is quite crucial now with food security and water scarcity, and it's not a luxury anymore for the Middle East. So this really, we need from north to south a lot of implementation, like COP27 is asking for. It's from pledges to implementation from developed countries to developing nations.
Thank you, Dr. Svetlana, in a nutshell.
Yes, in a nutshell, I think a medicine that I would propose is at scale transformational investment in the agri-food system and for strengthening its resilience. Here we're talking about early warning systems, information systems that are integrated, that the information is brought together and delivered to producers and other players in the value chain in a way that they can make decisions that are sustainable and resilient. It includes technologies on climate smart technologies on farm. It includes the financial sector, what incentives are there on the private side for green finance, because we talk a lot about climate, but how much green finance actually is there that can reach the smaller producers and the ones that can be part of this transformation. So we do have to do a lot of work. We also, as a World Bank, are focusing on this, and we're hoping to be part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Verhoeven, your 1 minute take.
Sure, I think what is an absolute priority is the scaling back of a lot of the very regressive both taxation and subsidy regimes that continue to exist in many different countries in the region. And as I said, that above all, redistribute some of the scarce resources in these countries to the groups that already tend to have the most and already tend to dominate in other ways. I mean, if you want to talk about building greater resilience in animal food systems, this is absolutely essential. If you want to rationalize water consumption, this is absolutely essential this happens. Secondly, and it dovetails with a point that my friend Eckert was making, the preoccupation, almost the obsession with so-called strategic crops or the ideas of exporting sugar or wheat or building these big cattle ranches, etc. This is a major problem, a major fallacy, and the degree to which this continues to influence a lot of very consequential decision making is highly problematic. Not only, again, because, as I said, it tends to redistribute wealth towards people who already have it, but it also ends up essentially amounting to a net export of water and of food from societies that are already quite scarce in their own right. So those kind of things really need to be tackled and are really important if you are to simultaneously address some of the ecological challenges as well as some of the deep inequalities within and between societies.
Thank you, Dr. Verhoeven. Maybe a few last comments from Dr. Wirtz, if you don't mind.
Yeah, when Winston Churchill was asked about a definition for energy security, he answered diversity of supplies and security of transportation routes. I'm from Germany, a country that hasn't heeded one part of the definition by relying 55% on natural gas from Russia. The same applies to the GCC countries, right? The future is management of import dependence. You cannot escape that. Forget about these technological silver bullets for the domestic agriculture. You don't have the water. And I also would take these announcements of often very controversial agro investments abroad with a pinch of salt. Look, 15 years after you have announced them, they have only brought you bad press and they refuse to show up in your trade statistics. Your food is not coming from Sudan or Pakistan or Ethiopia, at least not the large bulks. Okay, Pakistan basmati rice is a bit of an exception. So you can invest there for developmental reasons, but I think managing import dependence is clear. Your main suppliers continue to come from the usual suspects in established agricultural export markets. Some of them newcomers like Brazil and so on. So I think that is the future.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of our panelists for their very insightful comment and analysis, and this ends this session for now.
Thank you, Dr. Christian, and our esteemed panelists for an excellent discussion. Now we'll go for a lunch break and we'll resume at 1:35 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, UAE Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology and the UAE Special Envoy for Climate.
It gives me great pleasure to join you today, and allow me to thank the Atlantic Council for organizing this important dialogue. With the next two COPs set to take place in this region, this is an ideal platform to address today's topic of finding smart solutions to key climate challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as the global community faces the deepening impacts of climate change, the MENA region is no exception. In fact, our region has been living with the risks of extreme heat, desertification, and water scarcity for decades. At the same time, we are also showing leadership in our resilience and our proactive response. We are embracing the future, adopting technology, and using the sun to our natural advantage. Clean energy investment in the MENA region has grown over 4 times in the last decade, and renewable energy capacity is expected to double in the next 5 years. The UAE was one of the first countries in the region to see the potential for solar power, not just as a clean energy source, but as a pathway to new knowledge, skills, and jobs. Our leadership began investing in solar power 2 decades ago, and today the UAE is home to the largest and lowest cost solar plants in the world. We have invested over $50 billion in renewable energy projects across 70 countries. We have ambitious plans to expand our global renewable energy footprint to beyond 100 gigawatt by the end of the decade. And we are not stopping with renewables. We have built the region's first industrial-scale carbon capture facility. We are the only country in the region to operate clean nuclear power. And we are exploring emerging zero-carbon energies such as hydrogen. And as the first country in the region to launch a net zero by 2050 strategic initiative, we will continue to work with all our partners to seize economic opportunities of the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are progressive about the future, we need to be pragmatic about the present. While wind and solar is the fastest growing segment of the energy sector, it still represents only 4% of the global energy mix. We cannot ignore the current realities of energy security. Therefore, as a responsible and reliable suppliers of energy, we will maintain investment in the production of hydrocarbons while ensuring they remain the least carbon intensive in the world. Here in the UAE, we produce oil and gas with less than half the carbon intensity of the industry average, and we are constantly improving. As of this year, in an industry first, 100% of the grid electricity used by the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company comes from nuclear and solar power, and we will continue to make sure that each new unit of energy production is less carbon intensive than the last. Distinguished delegates, as COP27 approaches, we will work closely with Egypt, the region, and the international community for smart solutions across mitigation, adaptation, and finance. And as the UAE prepares to host COP28 next year, we will drive momentum toward greater climate progress through practical, actionable plans. We will build consensus through an inclusive process. We will learn from others and lead by example. And we will close the gap between ambition and action, rhetoric and results. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, let's begin with the third and final panel of the first day of the conference, titled Energy Industries, Infrastructure, and Politics in the Middle East, Opportunities and Challenges for a Clean Energy Transition. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Erin Sikorsky, Director of the Center for Climate and Security and the International Military Council on Climate and Security.
Thank you so much. It is really a pleasure to be here today with all of you, both in the room and on screen, as part of the Transatlantic Council Conference on Sustainable Security of the Middle East. As was said, my name is Erin Sikorsky. I direct the Center for Climate and Security here in Washington, D.C. We're a research institute focused, as you can tell by the name, on the intersection of climate change and security. And we have a wonderful panel here for your after lunch time slot, which I think will keep you all awake and engaged. I'm really looking forward to hearing from our five speakers, We've got 3 folks here in person and 2 on the screen. And the way we'll run this today is I'm going to introduce each of the panelists, tell you their name and their role, and then I will turn to each of them for about 4 minutes of remarks on a different aspect of the topic of this panel: energy industries, infrastructure, and politics in the Middle East, opportunities and challenges. I'm really looking forward to the opportunities side of the conversation. I think so often we only focus on the challenges. I know that's my tendency, and so I'm eager to hear about the opportunities. But I'm going to stop talking now, and I'm going to introduce each of the panelists, and then we'll move through. There'll be plenty of time for questions at the end. I believe there's online ways you can submit them, and I will get them up here and be able to ask the panelists. So let me introduce you to them. First, on the far left, my far left, we have Dr. Zohir Hamedi, who is the Regional Program Officer for IRENA. Then on the screen, the next one we'll hear from after Dr. Hamedi is Bora Gure, who is the Director of Istanbul International Center for Energy and Climate, based at Sabancı University. My apologies for the pronunciation there if I got that wrong. After Mr. Gure, we'll turn back in person and hear from Olga Kakova, who is the Deputy Director of the European Energy Security Global Energy Center here at the Atlantic Council. Then we will hear from Adil Abbas, also in person with us today, who is the Regional Coordinator for Climate Change at the World Bank. And then we'll end by going back on the screen with Tariq Mtera, who is the Director of the Department of Energy for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So as you can hear, we've got a wealth of experience and expertise to share viewpoints with us today. And now I'd like to start by turning it over to Dr. Hamedi.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction. I also would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to come here and to speak to you. Through my role and my work at IRENA, we have partnered with 2 major institutions, the European Investment Bank and UNESCO, to develop 2 reports that focused on the potential of renewable energy technologies manufacturing. So the manufacturing of components of renewable energy technologies with a focus on solar PV, CSP, and onshore wind. The first report with the EIB focused on 3 countries, namely Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. And the second report, in collaboration with UNESCO, focused on Lebanon, Jordan, and the UAE. And the objective of this analysis was to evaluate through a detailed analysis of the whole value chain of the manufacturing process of renewable energy components. What is the potential? What exists already in the countries that were analyzed, and what are also the challenges for developing such manufacturing capacities in the countries of the region. So it's very important to note, as it has been very rightly mentioned by His Excellency, the Minister of Industry, that has opened this session, that countries of the region have recognized that renewable energy is not just a technology in order to deploy generation capacities, but it is also perceived within the wider framework of adding socioeconomic benefits in terms of job creation, technology development, and diversification, not only of the energy sources, but also diversification of their economies at the same time. because we know that all countries of the region have set very ambitious targets in order to diversify their economies away of the fossil fuel-based industry. And it is within this perspective that we can see that there is a huge potential for the manufacturing of renewable energy components in the region, especially that if we look at the solar potential in terms of resources, there is such a huge potential that could be used for putting in place ambitious industrial policies to deploy industrial capacities. So some of the conclusions of the reports, I'm not going to go into all the details of these reports, but some of the conclusions of the report is that as far as the existing capacity potential that exists in these countries for solar PV is mainly to be found in the production of steel support structure, which already exists, the electronics and cables. So all cabling industries already exist in the region, and they have been widely used in the deployment of renewable energy projects, in addition to all the capacities that exist in terms of construction works. So this is for solar PV. Similarly, for CSP, we also have identified that the potential exists now in terms of construction structures, grid connection, cabling also again, and in addition to the mounting structures. As far as wind components are concerned, the potential exists again in the same value chains, which are construction, electronics, and cabling, and the construction of towers. However, we have noticed that when it comes to the components that have a very high technological content, there are very serious limitations and challenges in order to be able to deploy such industries locally. It doesn't mean that it's not possible, but this is a serious challenge, and in order to be able to overcome these challenges, here comes the necessity to engage into industrial partnerships, because this is certainly not an activity where any Arab country individually will be able to deploy the technical and scientific capacities that are needed to put in place, for example, an industry of the solar cells, for example, which is a very complicated technology and highly technological intensive. So these are the kind of technologies where industrial partnerships will definitely be needed, and joint ventures with international companies that have the capacity to transfer the knowledge, transfer the technology, and also take advantage of the market that exists in the region. And speaking about the market potential, here again it's important to note that Arab countries individually will have very big challenges to deploy such technologies locally if they do that on an individual basis. It is very important to deploy or to have, first of all, a regional approach. A regional approach not in terms only of opening up markets, but regional approach in terms of standardizing the policy and regulatory environment, because this would, of course, enhance the perspective for business development. It's also important to standardize the regulations and also to be able to have a kind of regional industrial policy at the same time. So this is very important if you really want to create an interest for big international companies that have the know-how and the technology in these very sensitive technologies, and to be able to come and to invest in the country, because the market is very competitive. You have large players like China, for example, which produces 90% of solar PV in the world, and we also have to note that as far as renewable energy technology is concerned, the technological concentration of patents is even higher than in the fossil-based industry. So therefore, if you really want to attract these big players in your market, you really have to give them a wider market, and you have to do that on a regional perspective. Another recommendation that we have also set in our reports is that you have to set also ambitious renewable energy targets. Because when you set ambitious renewable energy targets, this is where you give for the investors the visibility for the long-term investments and the interest at the same time and the incentive to come and invest in your economy. But these targets, they also have to be put into not only, again, I insist on that, not only on the national level, but there should be more and more work and coordination that is done among Arab countries and to integrate their renewable energy targets within a wider regional perspective. And you have already an energy strategy, an Arab sustainable energy strategy that exists, 2014, 2030. I think that the Arab countries should coordinate more within the framework of this strategy and to make sure that they can together, develop a renewable energy technology and industry.
I'm going to interrupt you there, if that's okay, because I think you've given us a lot to start on. You have one last point. They told me to be a strict moderator, so I'm following instructions. But we'll have time in the questions. I think you brought up a couple important points. One about co-benefits, making sure that those are highlighted, and the importance of cooperation and regional partnerships there. So thank you, Dr. Hamedi. Let's turn it over to the screen now, and let's hear from Mr. Gouret about the transformations of major energy-intensive industries as they try to align with sustainability goals, which I think is a key challenge. Mr. Gouret?
Thank you. Good afternoon there. It's a pleasure for me as well to be with you, and thanks to the organizers for the invitation. I have a few slides. Is it possible to show them?
No, I'm being told no, unfortunately, that we're not able to show the slides.
Okay, then I will also try to be very strict in terms of time, and I will try to finish in 5 to 10 minutes.
Great, thank you.
As you said, the topic from my side will be the decarbonization of the industries, and what role is foreseen for the industrial sector in the energy transition, clean energy transition, to support a more sustainable future for all of us. Let me start with some numbers to indicate the importance of the industry in the overall energy system, energy consumption, and emissions in a global context. First, industry overall, all industrial sectors, they represent about 40% of global final energy consumption. Industry is one of the most energy consuming sectors in final energy demand, together with transport and buildings. And its share is increasing, actually. Back in 2010, industry was only representing 1/3 of global energy use. Now, as I said, it is almost 40%. And the main reason behind this increase is increasing industrial output, industrial production, and which is based on mostly on heavy industries, energy-intensive industries, to serve the needs of the rising population. The second takeaway from the global picture is the mix of energy supply for the industries. What fuels or technologies are being used to serve the energy needs of the industry? As you may imagine, mostly fossils, about 75% of the industrial energy demand is met by fossil fuels, mostly coal, gas, oil, but mostly coal. And the remaining is about 20-25% is from electricity and from direct use of renewables, direct use of geothermal energy, direct use of solar energy for heating purposes. And as a result, if we come to the industry in global emissions, industry sector overall represents roughly 1/4 of global emissions due to its energy-intensive structure and due to the fact that the energy supply of the industry sector is still dominated by the fossil fuels. And the challenges, as we all know, to support a net zero emissions pathway, which should be supported by policies, markets, investments, innovation, and technologies to save the planet. So the key enablers for the industry to switch from an energy-intensive structure to a less energy-intensive structure, to switch from a fossil fuels-based supply mix to a more sustainable supply mix, and to switch from a less efficient structure to a more efficient structure will be electrification. Of course, if this electrification is based on clean energy supplies, mostly renewables and others, and direct use of renewables where possible, especially for some heating levels where high temperature is not required. We have sectors like that. So it's possible to expand the use of solar energy and geothermal energy as heat sources to serve the industrial demand, and energy efficiency for sure. And of course, we will need in the future more advanced what we call as near zero emission technologies like hydrogen and like carbon capture and storage technologies, which are not in the market yet at a commercially available scale. But we are optimistic that these technologies will be with us in the near future, and this will be part of the solution, the opportunity to transform the energy-intensive industrial sector to a less energy-intensive, more productive one. And some enablers, as I said, will be energy efficiency. The world needs to improve energy efficiency at least by 1% for the next 10 years. And energy supply mix should benefit more from electrification. The share of electricity, for example, should increase from 20% to 30%. And as I said, we should expect more hydrogen applications and more carbon capture and storage applications. And this will require a massive investment in the industrial sector. I believe the IEA's, International Energy Agency's net zero emissions report and the scenario provides very good insights and directions at how to allocate this massive amount of investment into the industrial sectors. And the key success factors will be the policies. Policies should direct the industries to use energy more efficiently, to improve the use of renewable energy sources. Could be some market-based mechanisms like carbon pricing and others. Could be incentives for further efficiency improvements. We should rely on market mechanisms and investments. And innovation will be key to bring some technologies from the lab to the real market. And international cooperation, I believe, should play a key role in transformation of the energy-intensive industrial sector to a more sustainable future. This is for clean energy transition. This is for climate mitigation. But the sustainability benefits of such transformation could be beyond these. If we look at the SDGs, UN Sustainable Development Goals, a more productive, more efficient, less fossils reliant industry can also contribute to better air quality, can also contribute to more value added, more competitiveness, etc. So the benefits of this transportation could be multifold beyond a clean energy transition and beyond climate change mitigation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we're hearing a theme develop here about these co-benefits. I heard words around efficiency and reliability, right? Doing this not just because it's the right thing to do for mitigation of climate change, but there are all these other reasons and benefits as well if we can work to achieve those. So to continue the conversation now, Olga, I'm going to turn it to you. And I think you're on tap to talk about the impact of increasing regional gas supplies to Europe in light of Russia's invasion to Ukraine. So you're bringing this into the real world right now, hard security problem that we're all looking at.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. It's such a timely and important conversation, and it's an honor to share the panel with such experts today. I think the recent crisis and the terrible, horrible attack on Ukraine by Russia have demonstrated how a lot of these issues do not exist in a vacuum, that what happens in Europe doesn't necessarily stay in Europe anymore. And when we talk about the energy crisis, that oscillates across the entire world. When we talk about the food crisis, that has implications. And of course, different countries being impacted to different capacities. When we talk about the climate crisis, the implications of which are already felt across the world in different ways. In the Middle East, it is hitting up twice as fast as some of the other regions. So, you know, being able to compare the implications, but at the same time in Europe, you are having to scale down some of the nuclear production because the rivers are becoming too warm. And if you were to continue cooling off the nuclear power plants with them, then you're going to disturb the ecosystem of these rivers. So I think the common thread, you know, that we're hearing today from multiple panelists is that how interconnected everything is, but also the necessity of being able to address these monumental challenges together, because we cannot do this alone. And I love that you started off with the kind of the opportunity angle, because it does feel like doom and gloom when we're starting to stack off all of these different crises on top of each other. It just feels like, where do I even start? And when I even was thinking about this panel, I was like, where do I start in terms of where we can work together, how we cooperate? But I think in terms of, you know, the clean energy technologies and scaling up those markets, getting them to bankability, you know, you talked a little bit about some of the renewable energy and wind and the supply chain there. I mean, that's such an important area as the region looks into scaling up solar, wind, as we look into the future of natural gas, but also expanding the hydrogen production and making the existing natural gas investments hydrogen ready in the future, just thinking about that broader plan. I mean, that's another huge area of cooperation. Energy efficiency was also mentioned earlier today, you know, looking at the entire system and figuring out how to be smarter, better about the way we produce, use, transmit, transport energy all across. And there are tremendous numbers of platforms that already exist for this kinds of cooperation, but also asking ourselves, you know, what else? What other coalitions do we need? You know, we have the First Movers Coalition. I'd love to see more countries in the Middle East, you know, join that. Of course, there's over 50 companies that have already signed up, and some of the countries have signed up as partners. We have the Aim for Climate that talks about that nexus of agriculture and energy. That is tremendous opportunity to connect kind of, you know, anywhere from the production of fertilizer and the energy that it costs to do that to the conflicts happening, the brutal attack on Ukraine and Russia blocking exports of wheat and other products, kind of how all of that integrates together and figuring out how to create a more efficient, more sustainable, more resilient energy supply, energy and food supply chain across the world. So the time, you know, to cooperate is now. I think we're seeing likely and unlikely partnerships is how I want to call it. You know, maybe some partnerships or cooperations or countries working together that in the past would have seemed unrealistic or not possible. I feel like these crises have forced these kinds of partnerships to come together, and you know, I think that there's a huge opportunity there to continue growing this kinds of cooperation, likely and unlikely.
Great. Thank you so much, Olga. And again, you reemphasized the cooperation, and you also noted something that I often think about when I think about climate change. It's reshaping the landscape and the baseline. And so it opens opportunities for, as you said, new partnerships, things that people thought were unthinkable maybe just a few years ago. So I think that's a really good opportunity to focus on. Now I'm going to move over to Adil to talk about challenges. I know I said I want to talk opportunities, but we also have to talk challenges. We have to be realistic, right? So what are some of the challenges to the energy transition in the Middle East and North Africa?
Let me start off by thanking the Atlantic Council for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here among esteemed panelists. I have a very, very quick presentation that I hopefully would be easy to follow in terms of the conversation. And I think on your question, I wouldn't dwell too much on the challenges, but I will start off from there. And then we will talk about some of the ways the bank looks at some of these energy transitions and how can we overcome some of those challenges. So like you were saying, if we put some of these challenges from climate perspective, not just mitigation but also adaptation, it's a very long list, and climate change is a threat multiplier. And the question is, where do we start? And we all know the challenges. We all know the huge fossil fuel dependency of the region, the diversity of the region, the fossil fuel exporters, the fossil fuel importers, and the fragility that the region brings. Similarly, if you just look at some of the energy intensities of some of the countries, the highest in the world, despite all of the progress that has been made in the last few years on renewable energy and some of the innovative industrial partnerships, the region is still far behind many of the other regions and countries collectively. So I think we know all of those challenges. So how do we resolve them? And I think to the point that other panelists also made, I have a graphic for you which really presents some of the benefits of some of these energy transitions. So the economic, the social, the long-term sustainability, and then most importantly for the region, energy security and reliability. Right? So there's a lot to gain for these countries in the region to move orderly in that low carbon pathway. And that is why at the bank, when we look at these transitions, we don't just look at a sector or energy itself. These are integrated systems. All sectors, all users use energy, right? So food systems, the water, and there are interesting interlinkages between the energy production and use and consumption and some of the other resources, the natural resources that we have. Just to give you one example, we are very pleased and we are working with a number of countries on green hydrogen. But then when it comes to MENA and some of the countries, the green hydrogen is also water intensive. So we have to look at some of those integrated systems and how they come together. But we want the governments to look at and take the whole of economy approach to some of these challenges and these transitions. Zooming in on energy transitions, we don't just think that it's an energy systems transition, it's a lot of other sectors, especially transport and low carbon mobility opportunities. What we have here is really a part of what World Bank developed as the regional action plan for Middle East and North Africa. And on energy transitions, there are a number of activities that we have prioritized going forward, working with clients on upstream engagements, analytics. Some of you may be familiar that the bank has committed to developing country climate and development reports in all of the countries in the Middle East, North Africa as well. We have already started working with a number of countries on climate smart transportation policies, the grid integration, the new technologies, and how do we bring them to life as well. As part of the plan, I wouldn't go into the details, we have committed specific numbers to investments, about 10 billion in the MENA region, balance adaptation and mitigation, and develop some of these diagnostics early on so that these countries have the information to plan their energy transitions in line. And then the bank has also made an extensive commitment on aligning all of our financial flows with low carbon pathways and resilient pathways as per the Paris Agreement. So that's just a snapshot to how bank is committed to some of these transitions. Some of the messages just to leave you with is when we look at these transitions, we really, really feel that you can't just look at a project. You really have to look at policies and structural reforms. You can't just look at renewable energy and some of the carbon market instruments because you have to deal with some of the existing vulnerabilities and structural inefficiencies as well. Technical and non-technical losses that happen across the grid, the private sector partnerships that the countries can develop, explore new climate-related fiscal reforms and tax and in countries that really can afford to look at them as well. Not to exclude some of the latest solutions that many countries have started looking at as well, and some countries are in advanced stages of deployment. Of course, the carbon capture, the hydrogen opportunity, the synergies with energy efficiency, and also storage solutions. we often also overlook it. It's the other side of the challenge. Some of the large oil and gas producers. There is a huge opportunity still. And it's really, if you look at how much countries like Iraq can save in terms of billions of dollars if you just capture the flared gas and convert that into renewable energy or into energy that could really be used to power industries and sectors. It's really, really massive in terms of those opportunities as well. On regional cooperation, we actually have a platform and an initiative as well that we have been, as a bank, developing with a number of countries in the Middle East as well. On this slide, I present some of the numbers that we have calculated in terms of the cost savings, the economic benefits, and in terms of the reducing the cost, levelized cost of producing energy if the regional countries can actually effectively engage in trade and cooperation just only in energy sector. And then, of course, there's a lot more that you could do in terms of transport, interconnection, et cetera, as well. So there's a lot that countries can gain in terms of economic and financial and also social benefits from this cooperation. Summing up, again, these transitions will not just happen if you look at project by project or the most innovative technology. You really have to look at the whole systems and the economic transitions and the policies. While renewable energy is great and the region could and has strong potential, the countries really need to look at some of the existing assets and how do we decarbonize them and what are the advantages. Reforms are really the software of some of these transitions. You cannot overlook them. We often tend to look at investments in infrastructure, but unless those policies are in place, those infrastructure investments would, in many cases, not even be viable economically. And then again, towards the end, the regional cooperation and integration would absolutely be key going forward. I'll stop here and happy to take any questions as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I mean, you brought up the systemic nature of the challenge, right? And the need for a systemic response. It has to be multi-sectoral. I think about breaking down silos, right, between different sectors and bringing them together to make sure you're not creating a new problem over here while you're trying to fix this problem back over there. I think that's so critical, and I think that leads us to our final speaker, Tarek, who is going to talk about the impact of renewable power generation on urban infrastructure, transport systems, and electricity grids. So, Tariq, over to you.
Thank you, Irene, and it is really a pleasure to be here with you, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for the invitation. Indeed, I wanted to start from where actually Adil left in highlighting sort of the broader departure point for the energy transition in the MENA region, and there also the deployment of renewable energy power generation. The challenge always is that we tend to think of the MENA region as a region, but it's not a monolithic economic region. So there's it's a very heterogeneous region, one could say, in terms of diversity. And so when you take the averages, the region is performing rather poorly in terms of most indicators related to the energy transition, particularly on the share of renewable energy in power and in the power system, or the penetration of electric mobility, or deployment of broader suite of renewable energy technologies, even energy efficiency, as Adil pointed in the presentation, the energy intensity in the region is still higher than average. However, that doesn't exclude from the fact that we can identify sort of several countries where you can see transformation and opportunities for not necessarily farming, but there is a role model to present in terms of putting in place early framework conditions for transformational change in the energy transition. So what we see, particularly the broader challenges for some of these countries that have, let's say, have put ambitious renewable energy targets in the power generation, like take, for example, Jordan, Egypt, some of the Gulf states. What we have noticed, Morocco, what we have noticed is that a parallel transition of the grid and distribution infrastructure has not gone in pace with that ambition. So in the last 2-3 years, we have seen that some of these countries have actually stagnated in pushing the agenda of renewables because the grid infrastructure is not keeping to pace. I'll take a country like Jordan, where there is more interest from the private sector, from the households to deploy renewable energy, that the bottleneck is the grid, the distribution network and the transmission network is not moving, are not able to take that electricity. And there is two issues. One is, of course, the deregulation of the infrastructure. The power system has not gone the full mileage. So many of these utility companies are still straddled with old debts, public debts, that they are not able to deploy new assets and advanced assets, what's called smart grid solutions, to absorb a higher share of renewables. So there, I think perhaps other countries like the Gulf region are better equipped to do the layout of infrastructure assets to absorb a higher share of renewables. The second dimension is on the mobility, and let me speak here a little bit, is that the penetration of electric mobility hasn't gone at a pace where you have seen in other countries, because also the cities and the infrastructure to do charging infrastructure is not fully developed in many of these countries. We and UNIDO, we are working with a number of countries in the MENA region, particularly Jordan and Tunisia, to enhance the framework conditions for greater uptake of electric mobility, is not only for private vehicles but also for public transport. And there the main bottleneck is again to do with infrastructure elements, utility and municipal capabilities to invest. We have to take into account that municipal governments in the region are not autonomous as we have in Europe. So the fiscal decisions of municipalities are not in their power to deploy, to borrow from capital markets and deploy infrastructures. So that there's a systemic problem that challenges municipalities to transition unless the national governments are come in and deploy large infrastructure projects like what we see in terms of Egypt and Saudi Arabia for the deployment of public transport, electrified public transport like trams and networks. So these could ease also the pressure in terms of and accelerate the shift toward electric public and private mobility. But again, this comes with huge commitment from the national government toward public sector investment. Finally, I wanted to make one final comment, because we do actually a lot of work on industrial decarbonization across the MENA, globally, but also in the MENA region. And I think the MENA region has what I would call a locational advantage, but not all of it. I mean, actually across the MENA, for the deployment of advanced decarbonization technologies for the hard-to-abate sectors like steel and cement. And we know that these sectors are growing in terms of demand for commodities in the MENA region with the increase in infrastructure investments and requirement. So steel and cement and fertilizers and a few other strategic commodities and petrochemicals are sectors that are difficult to decarbonize. They're going to be a growing production of these commodities in the MENA region. The MENA region is well positioned to deploy what is called advanced decarbonization technologies for these sectors, because you have to rely on a very limited technological pathways for decarbonization, either carbon capture, utilization and storage, or hydrogen, green hydrogen. And so there is a locational advantage that the MENA region can tremendously benefit of in terms of synchronizing the growth in these in the new investment in these production facilities and preparing the infrastructure required for the decarbonization. These, because these are long-term processes, we have to get them all synchronized. Otherwise, we miss the boat. So if you are bringing iron and steel production capacity in 2030, you have to think today of also the decarbonization infrastructure for these industries today as well, to be able to hit the target 2030, to be able to decarbonize 2050. So if you don't do that synchronization today, you miss an opportunity. Again, so the Middle East or the MENA region broadly has a locational advantage. I don't see the governments are seeing the opportunity, leveraging the opportunity, the right sort of the full scale. We see projects, but not thinking strategically on how to leverage that opportunities to combine these synergies together. I think I'll stop here. And back to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. You brought up a really important, a lot of important points, but one that I heard in there that I scribbled down here was that while we need a regional and global approach, and we need that cooperation that everyone has talked about, we also have to understand the local context of where we're deploying these solutions. Otherwise, there will be a mismatch there. I think now we have plenty of time for questions from the audience, from those online and those in the room. I think they're going to magically come to me on this little iPad right here, but I actually wanted to take moderator's privilege to ask the first question. And Tariq, you already answered this a little bit, but I want all of you to think about 10 years into the future, so around 2030. And if some of the solutions or opportunities that you all identified today were seized in the region, what would look different 10 years from now? How would the region look different? How would these opportunities move the region forward? What's the picture in your mind, right, of where the things you all talked about on the panel could take the region going forward? And I would love to hear from each of you on that, and happy to, if someone wants to jump in to go, or I can call on someone. Thoughts?
Ladies first.
No, I'm happy to start off, but I'm sure you all will have really good additions to this. And I don't want to steal your thunders because a lot of these areas have overlaps. So I see lower methane emissions and just overall greater abatement across the oil and gas industry altogether. I see a more efficient production, transportation, and also at the very end, carbon capture as well implemented. Even 10 years from now, I'm already seeing some of that, maybe not at the scale that we want, but definitely an increased amount there. So that's that. Maybe even a more fluid market, as right now, everyone is looking into investing into additional LNG, even floating FSRU, even to FSRUs, and more flexible solutions. I think we'll have greater infrastructure and a bit more mobility in how LNG will be moving through the region. We'll probably have a few more projects either coming online or about to be invested, reaching FID. And then I think possibly more efficient. I would love to see, and I don't know if this is realistic, but I would love to see more efficiencies across the building sector, because I do think across the world, US, Europe, MENA region as well, we're just overall just very inefficient when it comes to just, everything, but particularly in our building and transportation and in the industry as well, unfortunately. So I'd love to see more efficiencies there, but I'm not holding my breath because that is something that we have struggled with. So I'll try to be optimistic. And I think to kind of follow through on what some of the speakers were saying, greater electrification and digitalization of services. So because on what's possible, not everything can be electrified, and that's why it's so important to talk about things like hydrogen and other fuels that can actually help power these heavily, right now, carbon intensive generation. But I think whatever can be electrified, hopefully there'll be more of that and more integration. So I talked a little bit about more, LNG terminals, FSRUs, but also electricity integration across the region in Europe, but also in the MENA region as well, which will hopefully allow for more flexibility, more efficiency in how the electricity moves, and a better functioning energy markets. So I'll stop there.
No, that's great.
Yeah. I could also jump
yes,
in. And,
please, yes, I'd like to hear from everybody.
To the discussion. I think that what I really would like to see in the coming years in the Arab region and the MENA region in general is more an evidence-based policy-making process and policy-making process that would be more systemic, more holistic, because what we can see from our work in different countries of the region is that even until today, renewable energy is really developed within a silo separately from the other sectors of the economy. And not only separate from the other sectors of the economy, but even separate from the overall energy system. Okay, so renewable energy is still developed as, you know, really a very separate entity and should be more integrated into the whole overall policy-making process. And I think that this is really something that I really would like to see happening in the region. The other point I think that is also important that I really would like to see in the region is enhancing their R&D capacities. This is very important if we're talking about, you know, new technologies, because new technologies bring with it new knowledge, new skills, and new innovations also at the same time. And there is a gap of innovation in the region. There is a serious one. And just give you, you know, an example, you have one company like Shell, for example, that registers more patents per year than all the Arab region combined. And that's a serious challenge. And this is something that really has to be addressed. And it cannot, again, be addressed only on a national level, just one country, you know, which is good. I mean, you have to start nationally. You have to have a good policy, you know, for research and development nationally. But you need also to, you know, bring all the regional capacities together, you know, and to unionize all these capacities together in order to be able to fully deploy, you know, and develop your R&D capacities. You have also at this level, if we're going to talk about R&D capacities, look how much are Arab countries investing in terms of spending from their GDP for R&D. The region is below the global level of 2% of their GDP for, you know, R&D, and this is a serious, you know, serious challenge. You have a country like China that invests something like 3.5% of their GDP, you know, in R&D. Japan is even higher. Japan is around 5%, I think, as far as I remember. So these are, you know, because R&D, this is where we are going to enhance your innovation capacity. And we are in a fourth industrial, you know, revolution, and this fourth industrial revolution is based on R&D and on innovation. And without this, you will not be able also to build the stated target of all the countries of the region, which is to build knowledge economies. So if you want to build knowledge economies, you have to enhance your capacities in terms of innovation and R&D. So these are, in my opinion, and they are complementary. The policy and regulation and R&D are really complementary to each other, and they have to work in, you know, more harmony in order to be able to go to the Arab region of the future that we are all dreaming about.
Excellent point.
Yeah,
please jump in, Tariq.
Yeah, if I may jump in, I mean, I totally concur with what was said before. I mean, but also I have to admit that it's very difficult to be optimistic about the energy transition without being optimistic about the broader socioeconomic development and governance challenges of the region and the geopolitical climate around it. I mean, I think sort of the ambition is that the energy transition would also drive a socioeconomic agenda that is sort of tackle a lot of the systemic issues related to youth employment, gender equality, participation of women in the energy transition, good governance, corruption issues. And we have seen in some places where the energy transition could actually be a catalyst for creating a new cohort of jobs and opportunities for young employees. So I hope that we can see this sort of a dynamic where the energy transition and the climate challenges, it's not only the energy transition, but the climate would force some sort of a reconsideration around these vectors of development, which are hampering and slowing the region tremendously. On a more granular perspective, there is an optimism where one could see the MENA region, particular nodes of the MENA region could play an extremely important trajectory in what's called the the decarbonization of the fuel, because we talk about the power system, but we have power is 30% of the problem. Fuels is another 60% of the problem. So the molecules, and I think the MENA region has an opportunity, and there's early indication that it could actually be a springboard for some of the technologies of synthetic fuels, green hydrogen, etc., where it could become a hub for decarbonizing the fuels that are the major bottleneck that faces us down the road toward 2050 net zero.
No, thank you for highlighting governance there. I think that's a key component of the conversation. Other thoughts?
If I may, I think there are great experts here with us, experts on the region. But I think there's a great consensus that the region has a vast potential of renewable energy sources. So this is a great opportunity, I believe, for the power sector, decarbonization of the power sector, and decarbonization of the other sectors and use sectors where electricity will play an increasing role, like transport, e-mobility, like further electrification of the industrial sectors, like buildings and many others. So if the region will manage further decarbonization in the power supplies, and this will contribute to the overall decarbonization of the energy system. And as mentioned by the UNIDO colleague, I also believe that there's a great potential in the region for power-to-X technologies, like producing power from great abundant renewable energy sources and transforming this electricity to other forms, other vectors or carriers, like hydrogen mentioned, producing hydrogen from power, and coupling different fuels vectors and benefiting from the synergies among different sectors like power and transport, power and buildings, power and industrial sectors. And I think a system-wide approach will be one of the key success factors to optimize the supply and demand and to benefit from the advanced new technologies and benefiting further from digitalization.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wish list for what MENA could do is very long, but luckily it has been, a lot of that has been checked. But maybe I'll make 2 or 3 more points. I fully agree with the points that Tariq made about the broader geopolitical context, the broader institutional and governance issues. Sometimes when you go to countries and on the same issue and around the same resource, there are 3 or 4 institutions who are in parallel, have different plans, and it's just so hard to integrate some of those issues. So I think that some of the governance would really need to be much more aligned and efficient with some of these long-term trajectories. I think all of the regional institutions would need to look at that long-term perspective. Our analysis also tells us that if the countries are to achieve, and it's not just for global decarbonization, but their own energy transition targets, they need to be somewhere around 50% by 2035, right? On all of those fronts. So energy penetration, the low carbon mobility, energy efficiency. And within that, I think some of those opportunities, such as energy efficiency, are really no-brainer. It's like things that countries can really accelerate very, very quickly. The point on youth and employment, we are doing a lot of work on green skill requirements for some of these transitions, and I think countries will really seriously need to look at how they channel the human capital in the region towards some of these positive transitions and low carbon and green transitions as well. So I'll just leave it at that, but happy to come back.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. You all had excellent visions, I think, for the future and the region, as well as key challenges to getting there. I wanted to ask each of you, I think almost everyone in their remarks talked about hydrogen a little bit, and I was hoping we could talk about that in a little more detail in terms of some of the opportunities that you see, but also some of the challenges and whether there are lessons to be learned from what's happening in other parts of the world in terms of hydrogen, research, and maybe we can just dig in there a little bit, because I think that's a really interesting angle for the audience. Anyone want to? Yeah, please, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, regarding hydrogen, I think that we have to be very careful when we speak about hydrogen, because there is a lot of hype recently about hydrogen, and specifically about green hydrogen and the potential of green hydrogen in the future. And we have to go to the details and to look at the figures. You know, what is the potential of this market? You know, global market in terms of hydrogen. Globally, it would not represent more than maybe 12 to 13% of the global market in terms of, you know, hydrogen deployment. And within these 12 to 13%, green hydrogen would represent around 3%, you know, of the market. So because there is sometimes a feeling like, specifically the net oil exporting countries, you know, when they say we want to become the next largest hydrogen producer, as if this is going to replace somehow the losses that they going to happen with the energy transition from, you know, in the fossil fuel based you know, industry. And I don't think that this is going to happen. So this is one point that really policymakers have to be very careful about. The second point is that when you talk about hydrogen, you really have to look very carefully at the laws of thermodynamics. And you have to look at all the losses, you know, that you are going to be having in the whole process. And specifically, if you're talking about transport of liquid hydrogen, which in my opinion is going to be very challenging and very difficult to do. That's why hydrogen is going to have mainly a regional market more than a global market. It will take a long time before you really get the efficiencies and reducing the losses in the whole value chain, etc., of the hydrogen industry in order to become, in my opinion, a global market. I think we have to be very careful about that. And the countries that will have a comparative advantage for developing hydrogen are the countries that already have an existing oil and gas industry, and specifically a pipeline infrastructure, because this is where maybe hydrogen is going to be more economical for transporting, is to transport it through pipelines on a regional basis. The history or the future of hydrogen, in my opinion, is going to be very close to the history of gas market, which is started really on a regional basis. And it took a lot of time to develop the LNG industry and to make it more efficient in order to be able to deploy, LNG or natural gas on a global basis. So there are, in my opinion, lots of similarities, and we have to be very careful about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Other thoughts on this? Yes, and then we have one question from the audience as well, which I'll ask after this.
Yeah, I mean, I just concur 100% with the comments from Zuhair. I think we have to be very careful. I think, let me just say, from our study, we've been also looking at this because our member states and UNIDO have been asking us to look at engaging in the hydrogen economy. And I find it exactly what Zuhair mentioned in terms of being hyped. But there are a few opportunities where this makes sense, particularly in certain hard to decarbonize sectors. So if you're looking at hydrogen as a means of storage or as a power to X in terms of regulating power systems with a higher share of renewables, I think the thermodynamics will not be into your advantage, as Zuhair pointed. But there are a few sectors, like if you look at steel, the pathway to decarbonize iron and steel, there is only sort of today what we know in terms of technology. Either you go, if you have a blast furnace, you have to go the route of carbon capture. If you have direct reduction technology, you have to go the route of hydrogen. So there are locational opportunities in the MENA region to work with that technology and build capabilities. And just to add to what Zuhair said in terms of locational advantage to an existing economies that have an experience with the oil and gas, but also the safety. We have to pay attention to hydrogen safety infrastructure. And I think some of these countries that have had a good experience in terms of handling safety aspect in hydrocarbons would be able to transition to handling the safety aspect of hydrogen infrastructure.
Thank you. I knew there was a reason I asked that question. You guys had great answers. So we have two questions here from the audience that are somewhat related. So I'm going to read them both, and I think that will take us to our time then. One question is, how does renewable energy policy attract more investments from foreign countries? And then the other question is, who do you expect to play a leading role for investing renewable and clean energy projects? Is it the public, private, domestic, or, as the first question, international entities? So let's talk investment here to close out the panel. Yeah, please.
Maybe this time I can get started.
Yes.
I think the answer to your second question is in some ways in reality answered, right? So we know that renewable energy has, in terms of cost parity, reached a level where private sector is able to invest a lot more. And what the governments really need to do is provide a very secure, credible, reliable policy and enabling environment to do that. And which feeds into my answer to the first question, which is what governments really need to do is be very, very predictable and have long-term targets, commitments, policies, and a lot more assurances to all of the stakeholders who want to invest. I think there are a number of examples already in the region. Egypt has recently launched an initiative as well on this is what we plan to achieve. This is how many of the old fossil fuels plants that we want to decommission in these many years. This is the total size of upfront investments. And we now welcome all of the international partners, including private sector, to come in and chip in. And that is the kind of environment that the governments need to provide in order for private sector and other stakeholders to come in and really take the lead into some of those deployments.
Yeah, Olga.
Yeah, just to add on to, I agree with everything you just said. Transparent, clear environment with regulations that are not going to change, every year, every 6 months. But also permitting is so important. Just making sure that companies and other investors understand what that entails. Having local buy-in in terms of what do these projects look like? How is that going to impact your, whether it's further away from certain neighborhoods or closer in where you can see those wind turbines, where you can see some of the solar panels, and having people understand what kind of economic impact that has for the communities. But also, we talked about this earlier, making sure that the transmission infrastructure is there. Maybe you are building a small microgrid, maybe it's a smaller scale project and it's just, it supports a small community. But in more cases than others, for bankable projects, it is going to be something larger. It will need to be integrated into a greater grid. And not just that, but if you're also interconnected with other countries, then the risk of, you having to curtail your wind or other resources, it lowers down, because then you can send off excess electricity to produce green hydrogen, and that's when it makes particular sense. So coordination, transparency, being very clear about what the investors can escape, and it's, you asked about who should be involved. It's all of the above, right? Because it takes a village to get these projects across the line. It takes people on the ground in the communities to understand why these projects are coming in and how they're benefiting from them, and it takes investors all over the world to understand the risk and also the benefits of coming into the region.
Wonderful.
I would like also to
Final
build
word
on this regarding the investment, because we have also worked a lot on the investment environments in the MENA region. First of all, we have also to note that the region is mainly, the model of investment is mainly based on the public-private partnership. This is the model that has been pushing for deployment of renewable energy in the region. But you need also to enhance the role of the private sector, but specifically you need to enhance the role of the local banks. And we have seen in our work at IRENA in the region is that very often these local banks, they lack the skills and the knowledge on how to develop renewable energy projects and how to study them and how to invest in renewable energy projects. So here there is a real need, of capacity building for the local banks in order to increase the investment from your own economy, and this has to be, pushed further. In addition to that, when it comes to investment, the issue is not always on the availability of funding, but it is also, and mainly in my opinion, it is mainly based on the issue of the fact that the project developers don't have the skills for project, development. And here is where there is a lot of work that needs to be done, is in project facilitation. Project facilitation is really, a big issue in the region. When I speak to our partners in the region, the big financial, institutions, they always tell me it's not that we don't have the money to invest, but we don't have enough bankable projects. So the pipeline of bankable projects have to be, increased. And how are you going to increase that? By providing more funding for project facilitation and not more funding to be put on the table to invest on projects, and then you don't have enough projects. So we have to balance, these financial support between project facilitation and also with, making, finance available for renewable energy projects.
Thank you so much. I think that's such an excellent point to end on, because it brings us back to that idea of the systemic nature of the challenge, and it isn't just about specific technologies or specific projects, but it's looking at all sorts of different aspects, whether it's governance or education and innovation, as you mentioned, banking reform and systems. All of these play a role. So thank you all so much for a wonderful conversation. I know I learned a lot. I'm sure our audience learned a lot as well. I think we'll wrap this panel up here and turn it back over.
Thank you, Ms. Erin. And thank you to our panelists for an excellent discussion. As we come to the end of the day one of the conference, and on behalf of Trends Research and Advisory and the Atlantic Council, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their contributions towards enriching the discussion that we had today. And to our virtual audience, kindly tune in and join us tomorrow on the same link for the second day of the conference. As for now, have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you very much.